Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, December 14th to order. First off, any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, go to the approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder to approve the agenda. Councillor Vane, Councillor Frick. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole of December 14th, 2020 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have adoption of previous minutes, the Museum Board minutes of December 2nd, 2020. Councillor Sharp, did you want to move them?
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
Need a seconder? Councillor Vane?
Second it.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just really quickly for those watching and for council members, we had a Grimsby Museum meeting on December 2nd. Some of the things we talked about, we're replacing the door at the museum next spring. Our door is very old. It was salvaged from the original museum. It's got like 100 and something year history. It has met its final days, and that door will be replaced. It will be kept though as a display, a permanent display at the museum, because it's 100 and something years old, and it'll be restored. We also have already started some virtual workshops that are done online, and you pick up a package from the museum of like some materials, and then you go and log in online and you get to watch the workshop and work along with them. And we did that with wreath making, and I think it was successful. And we have some exhibits because the museum is open, and we are switching to entry by donation only. There's no longer a charge at the museum door. And upcoming, we have a Mickey Mouse exhibit. It's a personal collection from a local collector, and it's really got a lot of stuff in it. So I will post a little bit more about that when I know the dates on my social media. The Fantasy of Wreaths, we had an online auction, and we are exploring other fundraising ideas. Usually we have a fundraiser in November, like a dinner, and that funds a lot of the museum activities. Obviously we can't do that this year. So we're exploring some new ways to try and do some fundraising at the Grimsby Museum. One other thing, please renew your Grimsby Museum memberships. They can be done online. The family membership is only $30 per year. Personal membership is only $20. It gets you special deals on some of the events and programs. It gets you 10% off at the gift shop. And it helps the museum. Like, we depend on some of this revenue to keep the museum operating. And so if you can, and if you already are a member and your membership is about to lapse, you can renew your membership online. And we would really appreciate if you do that. One other thing is that we did receive some grant money through the Canadian Museum Operating Grant and some COVID relief grant money, and we're hopeful to use that to get back to normal operations in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. And that was a door from the Martlet House before it was put on the old stone shop, then transferred to the new stone shop.
Yeah, it's hundreds of years old, so yeah. We're going to make a permanent display at the museum, and I'm sure there'll be like a story and a plaque that will tell you where it came from.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the Museum Board minutes of December 2nd, 2020 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we're going to welcome Delight Devoli with a delegation wrap-up report from the NPI Transition Committee. Welcome, Delight. Welcome, Delight.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are all of you?
Very good.
Sorry, I missed the first part of the introduction.
Well, we're ready for, I've introduced you and we're ready to go.
Okay.
All right.
Then I will start by referring you to the written report that was submitted to you earlier. And really the purpose of joining you this evening is to share with you and sort of summarize for you our work on the Grimsby Energy Incorporated on its company, the holding company, and its sister company, Grimsby Hydro. As many of you will recall, the sale of those companies took place as of October 7th, 2019. And there were a number of conditions and issues that were still within the purchase and sale agreement that needed to still be carried out. They were the responsibility of the vendor, and council, as the town of Grimsby as the vendor, did charge and give the past board members of GNIE the responsibility to carry out those terms and conditions of the agreement. Pardon me. It made a lot of sense that it was actually that you appointed us to the board of Niagara Power, because the way the agreement was structured, how the deal basically was closed, was that anything that was left at the end would be given to Niagara Power in order to try and pay back approximately $2.4 million that was owed to Niagara Power. So putting us on the board of Niagara Power did make a lot of sense. In essence, we were doing two things. We were tidying up all the terms and conditions of the agreement, and at the same time, we were also making sure that Niagara Power got as much back to it as possible. So this is our concluding report to council about all of the, and to let you know that we now have taken care of all of the outstanding matters that were in the purchase and sale agreement with White Owl, which is the Miller Group, and that the Niagara Power Incorporated Transition Committee, which was the old GNIE board members, basically believes we have now successfully dealt with all the matters that were there. In summary, what were we able to actually do for you and for the town? You will recall that the Grimsby Energy owed the bank some $4.8 million. And basically with the restructuring of the debt, the town of Grimsby had guaranteed that debt to the bank. That matter is basically all paid off. The town's guarantee was released, and you didn't have to pay any part of the $4.8 million bank loan, nor did you have to pay the $300,000 overdraft that was also in Grimsby Energy. So that matter basically was dealt with and went away. During the tenure of our time on Grimsby Energy, as you will recall, and it does seem like forever ago in some ways, but you will recall that the company was in dire financial straits through all of this, and that we did come to council, and council had authorized loans at various times to Grimsby Energy. In total, that came to some $400,000. And with the closing of the sale, we were able to have Grimsby Energy repay to the town $400,000 of those monies. So basically the town received its entire loan back, and it was repaid with interest, and the interest calculation came to approximately $5,000 on that. The biodigester, the Grimsby Energy Incorporated, owed property taxes to the town of Grimsby, and they were some $106,000, and we were able to have the company repay or pay all of the property taxes to the town of Grimsby. And from October 7th, 2019, the property that is up there on Sobey Road, of course, is now owned by a private corporation and now reverts back to being a taxable municipal property. And the town will once again be collecting property taxes on it too. very close to closing or right at closing shortly thereafter. Of course, the town received a dividend of $218,000. There was money that we were able to sort of accumulate from various sources, primarily from a tax refund into the holding company, which is 1938427. We'll never forget some of these numbers, sorry. 1938427 Ontario, you will recall, is Holdco number 2. Sometimes it's called that. But basically, we were able to pay up a dividend of $218,000 to the town. Under the terms of the sale as negotiated, the town also received $400,000 for the sale of its shares of 1938427. Grimsby Power was owed monies as well in all of this. They received some $100,000. That wasn't quite everything that was owed to them, but basically was negotiated, and that's what we were able to have Grimsby Energy repay to them. Niagara Power, which of course I had mentioned earlier, is the company that we now sit on the board of and that we were working under the auspices of, was owed approximately $2.4 million. $2,389,789. You'll see it in my report, the exact number. We often talk about that in round numbers and say $2.4 million. After we satisfied and took care of collecting all the receivables for the company, paying off any payables, getting back the security deposit that was with the Ministry of Environment and so on. And after we were able to take care of all the last bits and pieces under the agreement, we were able to pay to Niagara Power, or Niagara Power was able to receive $1.7 million of the $2.4 million that it was owed. So unfortunately, not 100%, but many suppliers did not get paid 100%. And so NPI still unfortunately took a loss of some $675,000 on the amount it was owed by Grimsby Energy, but we still consider this number to be really good. Our initial estimates had been that we thought we would only be able to recover for NPI probably some $1.4 million. And then as time went on, it looked better and better. And we were really happy to land on and be able to recover for Niagara Power some $1.7 million. And Niagara Power had also guaranteed a number of leases that Grimsby Energy had entered into. And unfortunately, in Niagara Power's case, even unbeknownst to it, it had guaranteed these leases. But it was actually under the terms of the agreement, we were able to get releases from the purchaser, and unfortunately not from the lessors, but as time has gone on, all of those have been cleared up, and so NPI will never have to honor the leases for the biodigester. Any questions before I go into the next section, or shall I just continue?
I think we'll just continue and you can have the questions at the end.
At the end? Okay.
Thanks, Delight.
So what is left? Well, it's not quite over yet. As you will recall, in the agreement, there were things we call fundamental representations, and there were also non-fundamental representations. And we often talk about a time period of 18 months, which for everyone you will recall that will be then April 7th to 2021. So in the agreement, there were fundamental representations, things that basically we stated to be true as the vendor, that the town is the legal shareholder of the holding company 1938427. The time period never expires on those sorts of representations. But there are also non-fundamental representations, basically statements that we stated and believed to be facts. Things like, to the purchaser, we said, we've told you about all and any employee obligations. We've told you about all and any environmental liabilities that we know of and so on, right? And basically the purchaser has, in this case, 18 months after the date of closing to contest those if they believe those to be untrue. And I am happy to say that as of this moment, they have not come back to us on any matters or anything even remotely related to the examples I gave you. Under the agreement, there is also a cap in dollar amounts of $2 million. So even if they did come back with a matter to make up an example of $3 million, the agreement says that even if it is the town's responsibility, that amount is capped at $2 million. But nevertheless, we're here tonight, December 14th. We have until April 7th, 2021. And so just a few more months before that time period expires. And then the town is basically saved from that too. The tax returns for all of the corporations needed to be filed. It was the responsibility of the vendor, and which meant the transition committee, to make sure that all of that was done, that financial statements were finished, that corporate tax returns were done. And we did hire the same firm we had been using prior to that to assist with all of that. Those took some time to finish. And the time period by the Ontario Ministry of Finance does not expire for some 3 to 4 years after the date of receipt of the notices of assessment or reassessment. Which means that, and under the agreement, the vendor, the town, will always be responsible for any tax matters that arise up to the date of closing. So the returns have been filed, they have been assessed by the Ministry of Finance, but should they decide to audit the company in depth for those time periods up to the date of control, should they disagree with anything that was filed or have any concerns, the town is still responsible for any corporate income taxes related to that. And it will be a number of years until that time period officially is over. So that statutory period is basically open for a number of years yet. At the end of the day, the town still incurred a loss. And what is the actual estimated loss to the town? Grimsby Hydro, as you will recall, and it seems like forever ago, but it sold for $9 million, its 25% share in the Niagara Regional Broadband Network, what we call the NRBN. It paid corporate taxes on that of some $2 million, and then advanced the $7 million that it had left. It advanced it over to Grimsby Energy to continue on with the construction of the biodigester. That $7 million between those two companies we were never able to repay it. There was definitely not enough money to be able to settle that liability at all. And the $2 million that Grimsby Hydro parted with when it paid tax on the gain on its sale of the NRBN shares, we were able to recover some $228,000 of those corporate income taxes, but basically that's it. There is nothing else we can recover from it. Unfortunately, those advances were not documented in such a way that when they failed to be paid, we could actually recover any tax. They just didn't meet the proper legal documentation that needed to be done. Of course, we can't fix these things retroactively or after the fact. If they had been documented correctly, we would be in a completely different situation today, but unfortunately they were not. And so at the end of the day, 9 million minus about 228,000 or so. And so I always say that the town is out of pocket some $8.7 million, between $8.7 and $8.8 million because of Grimsby Hydro and how the funds were advanced out of there. As I had mentioned earlier in the report, Niagara Power was not able to recover all of the $2.4 million it was owed. It is still out of pocket, $675,000 in change, but that's all we're able to do for it. Just based upon those numbers alone, the town, is still at a loss of between $9 and $10 million. And that's without even putting any numbers to paper for all the, the costs to clean this up, time, the cost of even the directors and management who were running all of this and doing this for you. Doesn't include even numbers that today that we had to pay outside advisors like legal advisors, the M&A people, and so on. So certainly the loss is, definitely in that neighborhood plus. Along the way, and I would be remiss not to mention that a number of large creditors settled their accounts with Grimsby Energy for less than what the full face value was of their bill to the biodigester company. Just like Niagara Power didn't recover all of its $2.4 million for a number of suppliers we had basically negotiated settlement with them. And to use a common phrase, they too took a haircut on what they were owed. So in the end, what that did though was it increased how much money was left in Grimsby Energy, which then we were able to, pay out and helped Niagara Power recover a little bit more and so on and so forth. Which leads to my very last reason for being with you tonight. I am here tonight, and although we're meeting remotely, and so I will just hold it up so you can see it in the camera, the last bit of corporate income taxes that Grimsby Hydro was able to recover, basically, is some $68,848. And under the terms of the agreement that we had with White Owl, any tax, just like any tax liability, the vendor is responsible for. Any tax recoveries, the vendor also gets. So once all the returns were filed and we went through a very long convoluted process with the Ontario Ministry of Finance, bless their dear souls, they worked with us through all of it. But we were able to recover another $68,000 in corporate income taxes. And so I have a check here tonight to present to the town of Grimsby, as it will be yours in the morning. I would like to just sort of summarize and say that I'd really like to express my appreciation to a great group of individuals that contributed to our success. This will probably be my last time to be able to say thanks to them in a public setting, but I'd really like to offer such a big thanks to my fellow board members that sat on the board through all of this: Jim Bowman, Rob Hatton, Jim Howden, and Councillor Leanne Vardy. Not only were these individuals acting as board directors, but they also took on management roles through all of this, because you will recall there really was no senior management leading this company. And when I say boots on the ground, I mean it. In a rainstorm, standing at the bottom of that methane gas, with the employees, making sure that we could do some things when the equipment was failing. I mean, truly boots on the ground. They were there. And I can't tell you how much I appreciated their calls occasionally, where they would call and say, "Delight, is there anything else I can do for you? Can we help? What can we do today, tomorrow?" and so on. They were such a great team to work with. It was a privilege to work with them, and it will always be my very best memory of the biodigester. I would certainly like to recognize the efforts of the town treasurer tonight, Stephen Gruninger, through all of this. The past public works director, Bob LaRue. There was an occasion when the plant was literally underwater, and we needed some engineering public works advice and assistance, and he was there for us. Certainly other town staff. And I would be remiss, and I was remiss, to not mention Councillor Frake, who was so helpful throughout the process, connecting us with other individuals, helping us to track down legal documents and so on. Thank you, Reg. Thank you so much for your assistance and your support through all of that. To our legal counsel, Gary Graham, who truly a rational, reasonable person you've had the pleasure of meeting as well. He was an integral part of our team. Our mergers and acquisition project manager from Deloitte was Ovais Gafour with his team, and he was phenomenal. Our tax advisors were Taylor Lebo from Hamilton. John Grummett is the tax specialist there. truly, he was an integral part even of helping to investigate different options on how to structure the deal, what the tax implications were, and so on, as well as assisting with filing of returns and things like that. Some local suppliers that are always good to mention their name. Irion Insurance in Grimsby here. Sophia Haining was the commercial rep that worked with us, as well as some other local advisors. Lastly, I just want to say a big thank you to all those of you on council that supported us through this, who, supported the team basically when we said, could you advance us some money? We can do this and this and still work on the sale and so on. Thank you. Thank you for your support through all of this too. And so this actually is the conclusion of the work of the Niagara Power Transition Committee and of your former GEI board members and management. And so thank you. I will certainly take any questions that you might have at this time.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Delight, and thank you to all the board members. We certainly couldn't have got this far without you at the helm and everyone else involved. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. One comment to Delight. First of all, I read about you in the newspaper, and I want to congratulate you on receiving your fellowship in your profession as professional chartered accountant. And I think that that's just great, and we're happy to have you here and on our committee. And I also wanted to thank the other members of the Grimsby Energy Board and the Niagara Power Transition Committee. It's a little confusing, but I know the members, and I want to thank them all for their help and for their involvement in the sale of the biodigester and all the assets within those power companies. And so thanks for all your work, and we're happy that you guys have brought this to the most successful close that we can. Thanks again.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Delight, yes, I'd like to do the same I'd like to echo Councillor Sharp's congratulations on your recent fellow FCPA designation, which is probably the highest, I think it's the highest honor any person in your profession can get. So that's, I don't know where you go from there, but congratulations on that. So I'd just like to run through a couple of things here, just to recap, because there's a lot of numbers, milestones, dates, names, et cetera, in your report. And the general public will probably not remember half of these things. So I just want to recap a little bit. And what I'm hearing is that, just to recap, is that we recovered about 50% of our investment. If I look at this, 50% of the 18 million that was totally invested in this particular project. MPI is still out of pocket about 700,000. Just less than the 700,000. The town of Grimsby is still at a loss for something less, but $8.7 million. I believe that's correct. As a result of the sale of NRBM, mostly. We never got any of that back. The new owners, one thing I really need to mention, and we should all be very proud of, and that is, at the end of the day, we ended up with a really great new corporate citizen in White Owl. Who are going to be paying us probably upward of nearly $100,000 a year in property taxes going forward. So without having to do much work, just collect, which is great. We still have a litigation out there. Hopefully we will recover some of that $8.7 million through litigation or more, depending. I know the litigation is for 18, and I'd like to see an update at that at some point in the near future. One thing I wanted to ask you, and that is, because there's so many things in here, a friend of mine once said that we need to take away at least 3 things that we can remember out of anything like this. Can you give us your 3 big takeaways that you would suggest we take away and be able to tell the public in general?
How important transparency and accountability is. Super, super important. How fundamental it is to democracy, but how important it is that we always report back to the voters, the shareholders, the ratepayers, the taxpayers, what we are doing with their monies, right? that's certainly something I strongly believe in, and that will always be a takeaway for me. How the other takeaway for me is how important it is, I think, for a municipality to stick with what it knows how to do best and not to stray too far from its basic and fundamental purposes. That was a takeaway for me. How important it is that for council, when you're going to appoint people to committees and boards and so on, that they possess the right skill set to do the work that they need to do for you too, and that they continue to report back to you. That is a really, really important thing. And lastly, because I'm an accountant, and there were 2 accountants on your board, but financial statements and understanding where the business is at, understanding where an entity is at, is so important. And I realize a lot of people don't come from that background and don't have that skill set to be able to read financial statements and understand what it's really telling you in terms of where the business has been, where the municipality has been, and so on. But there is so much fundamental good information in financial statements. And if you are struggling to understand them, then by all means reach out to those experts around you who do, and make sure you always understand something before you sign anything, before you agree to anything. Don't be rushed. Don't be afraid to say, I don't understand it. I need to understand more. I have more questions. And I certainly think that's what we saw. That was one of the takeaways for myself too, throughout this entire process. I'll stop there. I'm sure there were some more, and I will look back on it and say, oh, I wish I had shared this with you or that, but I'll stop there.
If I might have another minute, Mr. Mayor, I think that when we look back at, at council in general, we look back over our term at office, I think this is probably one of the biggest accomplishments we probably would have made. We'll have lots of others, but this one here was really a thorn, which would have cost the town a lot of money. So I think that the council can put their hands up and say they did a really fantastic job at putting this together and seeing it through. And I'd just like to say a few things, because it was about 2 years ago when we started on this journey, if you may remember. It was before Christmas, in December of 2017. Is that right, about there?
18.
Yeah. 18. Anyways, I'd like to thank you on behalf of council for your A team, and I use those words because that was the words that Councillor Sharp called you guys at one point in time. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of the taxpayers and the residents for accepting that it was a very complicated, very onerous, and politically sensitive project. I know there were times when you really were ready to throw in the towel because you were ready, because of the political challenges, and there were times when you feared that there was a lot of dead ends where you were talking about declaring bankruptcy and just throwing this thing out for salvage. But you prevailed, and you found the recourse, and your team stayed the course, and you prevailed all the way through, and you were able to find a way to negotiate and mitigate our losses, as well as and you found a new owner and a new operator who has become a very welcome and reputable corporate citizen for Grimsby. So and will be paying us an annual tax levy as well. Anyway, that's quite a legacy, I think, for the team, for the council, and for the GEI team. And so I'd like to, just say we really appreciate it. And I don't know how much gratitude we can offer you, but it's certainly great. And your dedicated service to the town, I'm sure, will always be remembered. So thank you so very much. I'm sorry to see you all go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I too would like to echo the congratulations, Delight, on your nomination for the CPA award. You were very deserving of it, and well done. And that's really, to be nominated by your peers, that's a huge highlight, I think, too. Anyways, I just like the question I do have with regards to the fiber optic sale. And I was just trying to go, and it's a great report, and thank you, Delight. I'm just trying to think of the time when we sold that. How many years ago was that, Delight? I was trying to go
The
through.
sale took place in 2016, and I will always remember that year because we only have, under the tax rules, 3 years after that to recover certain income taxes. And so it was very important that, and the reason some of these checks even are here today is because of that 3-year rule. But that sale took place in 2016.
Yeah, thank you. And was there also another fee that was involved, a breakage fee of some sort on the sale, when the sale happened? I'm just trying to reflect back a little bit. I mean,
Yes, from what we could see from the records, not that we were on the board at that time, obviously, we only came on in December of 2018, but we could see from the records that in addition to legal costs and so on associated with the sale, there was what's called a break fee paid of to someone of approximately $500,000.
Yeah, yeah.
So there were substantial costs to be able to bring that sale to fruition too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a nightmare that I was living and when all that was going on, because I was always asking, how much did we get? Where's the money? And the money, I was always told, oh, it's in a company called Holdco. And how much is there? Anyways, I'm not going to dwell on that too heavy, Delight. It was a nightmare. That's the best way I can put it. And yeah, again, I just want to extend my congratulations and sincere thank you, because we're aware as council members and people that are involved, but you spend a lot of time away from your own business. You work on this for the benefit of the town of Grimsby. So I think huge accolades to you for that, Delight, because I'm sure, as Councillor Frake said, there was times when you could have just walked away and went back to your more time and work to your business, but you just showed your leadership, and that was great. And thank you very much, and thanks to everybody for everything, because I remember living this, that I wasn't expecting anything, to be honest with you, Delight, but you guys are top shelf on the work you did, and it was a great job. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. My fellow councillors have said it quite well, and I can only echo what they've said, Delight, that again, my great congratulations to you on your designation as a fellow of CPA Ontario, for your career achievement and your outstanding contributions to the community. And we are the benefit of that expertise and your dedication to the community and giving of yourself so selflessly through this whole long, prolonged process. And I just can't say enough, as my fellow councillors have said, just how much it is appreciated. We couldn't have done it without you as chair, leading the team, but with the team behind you. Thank you. Just a very big thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have to say, as being a part of this team, and I have to say it was probably one of the best team experiences I've ever had in my life, because where we may not always have agreed, we were always listening to each other, and there was something about sort of, it was like a Goliath and David sort of thing, where we were all these little Davids fighting this huge Goliath and, trying to tame that beast. Throughout the process, I know we all experienced shocking discoveries, and it seemed like every week something would turn up that we go, I can't believe it. I can't believe that was done, or that was done this way, or it was gut-wrenching, the amount of money that the town lost through, what I could say at best is questionable decision-making. All the things that we could have had with that money, with just the money we lost. You know, we could have replaced ice pads, built new piers, bought new parks. There's so many things that we could have done with that money that, isn't going to get done. Money for the hospital. I mean, all the challenges that we face now, how helpful that money would be. So, I mean, that was something that I guess really hung heavy on me throughout this process. And I just want to say to my colleagues, I think it's really important that we continue to try to pursue those recoveries, for the sake of the town. With respect to my colleagues, we had two accountants who, I have to say that when they talked to each other, it was probably like Esperanto. Nobody knew what the heck they were saying. None of us could follow, but certainly Delight and Jim Howden, were able to speak another language that they both clearly understood each other, while we just sat back in awe. We had one engineer, Rob Hatton, who was, he was almost like the site engineer for this, figuring out certain problems and how we might be able to deal with them in a cost-effective way as we were moving through this transition. And then Jim Bowman, who, a guy could sell anything, who, got the town and NPI out of all those leases. He was selling cable. He found buyers for the most unimaginable things. So just an incredible group. But, while I haven't been authorized to speak on behalf of the group, we all came away being absolutely in awe of Delight Devoli. Your leadership and dedication and hard work and perseverance got this town the absolute best deal. How you fought for that $68,000 for months with the Department of Revenue and the Department of Finance. It's all you. And honestly, we bow down to you, Delight, because you were an amazing leader, and it was just, we were so lucky to have you there. So I want to say personally thank you, but I know that the others are all in awe. That's the only word that I can say. So thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I too wanted to thank you and your team on all the accomplishments that you guys have done. We see lots of numbers in front of us, and I don't even know if it's allowed, but I'm going to ask for transparency for this town. We've kind of heard some things from other members here. When will we ever be able to share the actual sale price of the company? And I figure since you're the chair, that you would know, that you would have the best answer, because that's a question that's asked almost all the time from the public to me. So I'm just curious, would we ever be able to share it, or is this something that stays quiet forever?
Under the purchase and sale agreement, the purchaser asked that be kept confidential. And so you have signed a legal agreement promising to keep it confidential.
Thank you. So then, thank you very much. That's what I needed to know. Like I said, if you're listening to this conversation, you might have been able to pick up on some other things on how much we've recovered. But I just wanted to say that, thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I'm speaking on my second go around here, but I'll keep it short. We've come a long way in 2 years. The team has taken us through the hurricane, even though there's still a small hurricane still out there. I'd hate to see at this point in time for us to just sit back in our laurels and accept what we've gotten so far. We have still a certain amount of funds that are still owed us as a result of the loss. And I'd like to ask staff to come to council for the public's sake, because the public has been asking me as to what the status is of the litigation. So I'd like to put that out there, and I'd like to ask staff to come forward with a report based on where we are with the litigation. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you again, Delight, and thank your team for us and myself on behalf of council. And have a good evening.
Thank you. I will come by tomorrow with the check.
Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Delight Devoli regarding the wrap-up report. Oh, Councillor Vane, I guess you got your hand in there. Councillor Vane.
Sorry about that. I kind of slipped it in a little bit late there, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on Councillor Frake's thing. I think that's something that needs to come to closed session because that'll require a 2/3 vote to do what he's asking. So I just wanted to bring that up as a comment. That's all. Nothing more.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that delegation from Delight Devoli regarding the wrap-up report from the NPI Transition Committee be received. All in favor? That's carried. And up next, we're going to welcome Regional Councillor Furtick with a Regional Council update. Welcome, Councillor Furtick.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan, and I thought it was coming up the next one. Anyway, but I'm still prepared. Welcome, fellow councillors. It's great to come back and give you some sort of update as to what's happened in the region. We are starting our budgets. So far, we've had 4 come to committee. Niagara Regional Housing, Court Services, and the NPCA. And by the way, they are all at 2%. Council has sort of stipulated that we want everybody to not come in any greater than 2%. The police services did come in a little bit more than 2% because the revenue that's being lost at the casino because of the COVID was quite substantial. It was about $3 million. So they've come in about 4.3% to cover off because unfortunately the police, the expenses are still there. So having said that, that's where they're going to have to come in order to balance their budgets. The region is really working hard and coming through with this Vision Zero program. Of course, realizing this is a multinational road traffic program. This covers red lights, the red light cameras. It also covers pedestrians and pedestrian crossovers. The contract is for 5 years, and there will be a review at the end of 3 years. The revenue for this program, 50-50, 50% for the region and 50% for local area municipalities. We will get an annual council statement from them. So when we get that statement, we'll be presenting that down to the Lambs. Just a couple of more brief items that I just wanted to recognize that in our community, we have a representative on our police services board now that has been nominated. Her name is Jen Lawson. So I don't know if I think some of you might know Jen Lawson, but she has been nominated to our police services board as a civilian representative. I certainly want to And I don't know if Delight is still there or not, but if she isn't, I certainly wanted to pass on my congratulations for her fantastic job of the award coming from the CPAs. And the only other thing I guess I'd like to tell you about is the virtual town hall meeting that the regional councillors are going to do on Wednesday from 12 to 2 this Wednesday. Of course, I'll be with Councillor Foster, Councillor Hewson from Pelham, and Councillor Witteveen. I'm sure we're going to cover some of the subjects like waste management, the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, transportations, budgets. So I ask you, if you wish, to call in and bring your question to the floor, and we'll certainly take the opportunity to answer it for you. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, I don't really have anything further except that it's good to be back and see you all smiling again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Furtick. It looks like Councillor Cadwell has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you to Councillor Frake. If you could just elaborate a little bit on the program that you talked about. You mentioned pedestrian. That I caught that, but I don't understand how that's involved with that program. And I have just one other question too. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cadwell, it's a pedestrian crossover, and I believe it's a similar program to the red light program where the cameras are set up. I believe that Hamilton has a policy whereby you are not allowed to cross that pedestrian crossover until the pedestrian is completely across the road and not in the crossover. So it would pick up if you drove your car in behind, if you were walking across, then you'd be ticketed.
I think that's great, Councillor. That's a great safety initiative to that, for sure. The other thing, if you can, is there any updates with the Niagara Regional Transit on demand? Just a bit of a Coles Notes version, if you could. Is it running well? Are the numbers? I know we did receive something a short time ago, but is there anything that you can add to that?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Cadwell. The last report I had was the same one that you got, so I haven't had an update in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So it is time for an update, but I will request another update, and I'll send it to all councils so that, as far as I know, it's running very, very well, and it's quite successful. I guess when we talk about this, Mayor, we also have to look at the amalgamation of the transit system in the entire Niagara region, which is coming forward as well. There's certain municipalities, well, the 9 municipalities are going to, in fact, help to subsidize the 3 major municipalities in the transit system. So as this evolves over the next 3 or 4 years, it's my concern is that today Grimsby pays $250,000. We have to look down the road and how we're going to contribute further to a more substantial transportation system that would come out into the Niagara West. So that is forthcoming. So we'll have to see how this follows through. So I believe if anything gets sent, in regards to that, it'll be sent to the CAO, and he'll update you and take a good look and take a good read at it, because this can transpire over the next 10 years. it could be quite costly too. But anyway, we're here as a region. We have to do things as a region. So we'll have to see how it goes forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Furtick, for your presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. Oh, I want to clarify something too for you. The crosswalk comment about people being fully through the crosswalk, that's actually a provincial law, and it's one that a lot of people don't seem to understand or know about. But if you drive through a crosswalk when somebody's in it, you can actually receive a ticket. That's provincial. That's not Hamilton. That's provincial one. It was passed a while ago. But anyways, all that aside, you talk about the e-budget, and I thank you for bringing that up because, you know, it's funny. We just received another email on the weekend from a concerned citizen about a particular street that has speeding. And I am going to be responding to this citizen because there's about 5 different streets that come with the top of my head. They're all main streets that have either the same or worse problem as this particular street. Now, NRP currently only has 1 police car within our district assigned to doing traffic. And that's only if there's enough officers on duty, because NRP does switch their officers between districts and divisions. Sometimes they send them to St. Catharines or Niagara Falls if they're short-staffed. So I don't have a problem personally with the NRP budget going up. I believe that based on what they're doing, and there is increasing minor crimes, let's say, happening. I just got another email on the weekend about people walking down a main street, checking car doors to see if they were open. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with that personally, and I hope nobody does, because we're a growing town, and with that comes certain issues of everything from traffic to other things. So the NRP is very much a very necessary service. So I agree with that one. The last thing I have to comment about is the red light cameras. Do you know where they're being located, if any are being located within Grimsby itself? Are you aware of that?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vane. The region will not divulge where the cameras are going to be put. If they did that, then what's the point of having the program?
People would know.
We know. We know that 4 schools are on regional roads that need some assistance in helping, telling people they're speeding. You know, they're doing 70 kilometers through the speeding zone, through the Vision Zero zones, and the whole purpose of this program is to stop people from speeding. You know, you got Central School, you got Blessed Trinity, you got Nellis, and you got Park. Every one of those schools are on regional roads. So the region will not divulge if and when those cameras will go up. Now, you mentioned through you, Mayor, to the Councillor Vane, and that there's other areas that have speeding problems. Well, this program is not set for that. These are arterial roads that these programs are going to be used for. They've only got 12 cameras so far. I'm sure that in the future they're going to expand it, but I believe it cost. I'm going to say it was around $4 million to set everything up. So, and these are going to be going into these specific zones because they are specific problems. You know, there's nothing worse than having to worry about your child having to cross the street when somebody is flying up Livingston Avenue, you know, doing 70 kilometers an hour. They shouldn't even be doing 50. So anyway, so the whole purpose of the program is they won't divulge if and when they're coming in. You'll know it if you speed.
I just wanted to also correct, I said red light camera, I meant traffic speeding camera, my apologies. And one last thing on a personal note, I just want to wish you and your lovely wife and family a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Councillor, and the same to you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Councillor Furtick, for some of your updates. I know that it was an issue in, well, not necessarily an issue, but a concern to some of the citizens in my ward as to when the self-service road be open. And as promised from the region, they delivered. They stated it would be done by the end of November, and there's a lot of people that are very thankful that it's open. So I just wanted to say thank you for the updates. They're much appreciated.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Ritchie.
And Councilor Furtick, I see no more questions. Thank you very much for your update, and have a good Christmas. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you. We'll talk to you.
Up next, we have our number 6, our consent agenda. Memo 2021 Advisory Boards and Committee Meeting Schedule, Report FIN 20-17, and Memo Report Financial Accountability Office of Ontario. Councillor Bothwell?
I'd like to lift 6.1B, please. The budget schedule.
All right. Is that this one? All right, that is noted. So we'll need a mover and seconder for the other 2 items. Councillor Frake and seconder Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Memo 2021 Advisory Boards and Committees Meeting Schedule. Memo Report from the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. All right. All right. I have Councillor Bothwell as the mover for the FIN 20-17. Just need a seconder, and then we can start discussion. Councillor Frake. And Councillor Bothwell, did you want to discuss?
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a quick question. We had the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee last week on December the 8th. And at that time, we asked staff about, and CEO Schlang, about when the Heritage Committee would be able to receive or present its budget information. And part of the Heritage Committee's role is to develop a work plan and to develop a budget to assist us with delivering on that work plan for council. So in order to do that, it's really important that we discuss with staff a draft budget based on what our work plan is for the upcoming year. This came up last year as well, and it kind of, with the new way that the budgets are being rolled out, it was extremely difficult for us to get a handle on what our work plan could be, what we could accomplish, and what our budget was. And there was just a verbal discussion at that point. We're hopeful that this year would be different. The municipal toolkit, I'm just going to quickly read from it, does say that the Municipal Heritage Committee should submit an operating budget once a year to the Finance Committee or directly to Municipal Council, outlining its activities, expenses, and revenues. The budget process also acts as a strategic planning exercise by encouraging the committee to set its program objectives and goals for the year. That's in the toolkit as well. In our terms of reference, section 1.2.6, it states the budget. The Heritage Grimsby will develop an annual budget for submission to council along with clearly defined goals and objectives for the upcoming year. And an annual report will also be submitted to council at the beginning of each new year outlining our accomplishments. So we had asked that we could understand the time frame for the budget process, and we're advised by CEO Schlang that we would not have any input into the budget until after department heads had reviewed it, and it would be after January 19th. Our next Heritage meeting is January the 12th. I'm just going to express that I feel that that does not give the Heritage Committee the role that it's expected to fulfill, and our ability to meet council's the requirements to report to council and to prepare a draft budget. So I'm just asking CAO Schlang if there's any way that we could that could be reviewed, similar to the library board. We're very interactive with the library board on our draft budget and being involved in that. And Heritage has a role under the Act, and we need to ensure that we're doing it correctly and that the budget is appropriate for what we're expected to deliver. Can we, I'm asking CEO Schlang, on January 12th, can we ask that the committee actually have a voice and a say and be able to create a draft budget that planning staff can then assist them in their discussions with department heads through the process? So I'd like to see if CEO Schlang can speak to that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. CAO?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bothwell. As you recall, we offered that Stephen Greninger maybe come to that Heritage meeting on the 12th. We have looked at, there's some reserves that are in the Heritage budget. We would present that to you, but we could have some discussion. But the way we modified our corporate budgets last year is we did it holistically to council. So we didn't request for individual budget preps from the different advisory committees. But we could on the 12th have Stephen come and talk to you what you have left in your annualized components and then what you have in reserve, and have a discussion on that if that satisfies the Heritage Committee's needs on the 12th.
I think that's important because I think it's Heritage's committee's role to provide council with the draft budget, not planning staff's. It's the committee's role. So I think it's important that it not come directly just from planning, that we have that valuable input into it. So I would hope that on the 12th, when Mr. Greninger comes, that planning staff will allow us as a committee to provide that really, really important information to frame what our work plan is and how we can manage what finances we're going to be asking council for. So I really hope that we can have that fruitful discussion and actually contribute to what is brought forward. Last year, unfortunately, what ended up in the enhancements in the budget that was presented publicly was not what the Heritage Committee had requested. In fact, we had to correct it where an item was brought forward for the Irish Grove woodlot that was not part of our work plan and part of what we had wanted to do, and it had gone ahead without our consultation. So I'm hopeful this year that we can make sure that what's going forward is the vision of what the committee is looking to bring to council and not just perhaps planning's vision. So I think it is important we have that combined discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vane.
Hi, I just want to make a comment here. We have a number of advisory committees, and I'm sure they'd all like to have a budget, and I realize that heritage is important and all, but I would rather see this maintained by the staff who are professionally trained, as the Heritage Committee is only an advisory committee, and there has been a number of concerns by a number of members of council and residents this year in regards to some of the actions of the Heritage Committee. I'd rather see it still maintained as it should be under the planning department, because they are the experts, and we do have a top-notch award-winning planning director. So I would prefer to see that kind of control there and not a specific budget given to an advisory committee. Thank you.
May I respond, please, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The toolkit and the Act do require that we have a budget. So we are responsible for having directly a budget and administering it with the assistance of planning and town staff. So we are different than any other advisory committee. We are struck under the Heritage Act. The other advisory committees aren't under an act. And we have a mandate, we have a terms of reference, and we have a responsibility to council to deliver certain items under the act. And to do that, we require a budget. It's very clearly outlined in the toolkit and the act what we're supposed to do, and we need money to do that, and that we're supposed to be accountable to council. So, you know, yes, we work with planning. Planning is our resource and our support, and we value their input, but we need to do it together. We don't need to do it separately, and that's what I'm asking for on the 12th, is that we can sit with planning and we can develop that work plan. We can look at where we're at, where we want to go, and that's a really, really important step that you know, council is saying heritage is important. We need to take those tools that we have within the toolkit and the act and come up with a plan that's going to meet what council is asking us to do. So no, we're not like any other advisory committees. We have a specific role under the Act. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand where Councillor Bothwell is coming from, but at the same time, I don't think this council has given any direction on what the plan is from our council to the Heritage Advisory Committee. And I would think that the advisory committee would or let us know where they want to go. So if you're having that conversation on January 12th, we also need to know from a council perspective what it is you're looking for, the reasons why you're looking for these things and so forth, so that we have a better understanding when that comes to council as some, as a proposal for a budget. Because as anything goes in the future for this town, with COVID and everything else, I do not predict this budget to be anything like we've had in the past. We're going to be watching every single dollar on where we're trying to go. So that's all I ask, is that that we have a better understanding where they're looking to go. And I think that that should be also a topic of conversation. So at least it's in the minutes of the Heritage Committee, so we could read that. Thank you.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. So it is the committee that provides council with the work plan and what we're asking to do with the assistance of planning staff. So we will be informing, and hopefully planning staff will help us with writing a report that will supplement the budget information that we're putting forward as to what our work plan is. We have had a work plan now in place for a year. It is for the full term. We have a bring forward work plan that we're also going to be speaking with planning staff in January about refining it for the upcoming year. So yes, council will certainly hear about what we're doing, what we're hoping to accomplish, and what our asks are, as it will be presented in that budget request. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frick.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to interrupt. Sorry, I was going to respond to that. I would like to see this whole issue come back to discussion before council. I can appreciate that the committee has a certain amount of self-importance, but I believe that council really needs to, since we were elected to represent all the
Point of
constituents
order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
To say that the committee has
ahead.
self-importance, that's really rude and inappropriate.
Well, I'm
If you'd like
sorry
to
you took
rule on
offense to
that,
that.
Mr.
That was just
Mayor.
a comment.
If you could rule on the point of order, Mr. Mayor, please.
All right,
Yeah,
what-
agreed.
It's a comment, but I'm sorry you took offense to it. I'll remember to listen to every single word that Councillor Vardy says, so I can point of order her to death too over pointless things. Anyways, my point being is that I think this is something that needs to be discussed by council, the elected representative.
That's also a point of order. Now you're threatening Councillor Vardy. That's ridiculous.
Agreed. It's your second warning, Councillor
Oh,
Bain.
please, come on. All right, you know what? I will sit here and call point of order on everything you guys say then, okay? I mean, come on. Let's be realistic and be adults here. I'm trying to make a
Point
point.
of order,
We are
Mr. Mayor. At this point, I think he should be ejected. I'm sorry, this is just rude and inappropriate, and he just disregards any kind of request to be appropriate.
I'm just going to read the resolution now because we're not debating this any longer. It's just a back and forth. So moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that report FIN 20-17 dated December 14th, 2020 be received.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
All in favor?
Point of order, Mr.
that's
Mayor.
carried.
Can you not hear me? Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. Am I not being clear? I would like to raise a point of order, Mr. Mayor. You don't have the right to choose if I can speak or not. I am making a point that we are
Another
elected
point of
officials.
order?
That's all.
It's going to be
Yes,
discussed.
I do. I'm just saying to you.
It's going to be discussed with planning staff and heritage staff on the 12th. So it's been passed. Thank you.
No, it hasn't. We haven't discussed it. I'm trying to discuss it now. Okay.
Moving forward
That's fine. I
to
dropped it. Thank you.
report 7.1A. Memo Investing in Canada Program, ICIP, COVID-19 Resilience, Infrastructure Stream. Who's going to speak on that? Stephen. Welcome, Stephen.
Good evening, Council. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulty. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm good. Late in October, the provincial government released a new grant. This is a capital grant for COVID funding. There's basically a few objectives with this funding, and that is to look at retrofits, repairs, and upgrades for municipal buildings, to look at active transportation infrastructure, disaster mitigation and adaptation infrastructure. So the amount of the grant that the town received was $436, and based on this level of funding, we're allowed to submit 2 eligible projects. So the corporate leadership team met to undertake a review of which projects we should move forward with. And we decided on 2 projects, the first being the Gibson Street pedestrian bridge, which would fit into the active transportation category.
Point of clarification, please. Mr. Greninger, did you just say $436? Or did you mean $436,000?
$436,000. Sorry, did I say $436? That's not going to get us too far.
I'm like, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, 436,000, yes, definitely. And for the 2 projects, we chose Gibson Street Pedestrian Bridge. As you know, the bridge had suffered some serious deterioration over the years, and the bridge is now closed. So we thought this would be an excellent project to replace the bridge and to allow for active transportation, especially during COVID. When it would be great for people to be able to get out and enjoy the outdoors and help with their health and wellness during COVID. The other project we were looking at is the Grimsby Library HVAC system. The system is basically as old as the building is right now, hasn't been replaced. We're looking to replace the rooftop units at the library with a total cost of about $203,000. So the total projects that we're looking at is about $573,000 in total. The grant would cover $436,000 of the cost, and for the balance, we would take from reserves about $137,000. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Councillor Bothwell.
Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. And it's always great to get money that we can invest in upgrading our infrastructure and facilities. At our recent library board meeting last week, one of the things that came up was replacement light fixtures with the fluorescents with LEDs as well. And I know that you've accounted for every dollar here. It would be neat if there was any slippage anywhere or any other way within one of these grants for infrastructure that we could perhaps look at helping fund the library for the retrofit of the lights to LED, which would save, as Sarah, Director Sweeney did with the Peach King at the last meeting, the significance in savings. It was like 50% of the utility costs per year with the change. So I think if there was any way, Stephen, to look at if there's any slippage in this grant money, to look at, looking at a quote for that or a possibility somewhere, if any other money comes up, just to keep it on your back burner. Just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. With this grant, we're only allowed 2 projects, so we would have to, go with those 2. But point well taken, actually. You're right. With the arena, looking at the LED lights, had conversations with our facilities manager, and we were also of the opinion that the next maybe lighting project would be the library for LED lighting. So that's something we would, bring forward to council if there is some additional, capital funding dollars that we could get, or maybe even as a future project outside of grant money. So yes, absolutely. It's a great project. It's environmentally friendly, and there's cost savings that would go along with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Stephen for this report. I think it's fantastic that we have an opportunity to fix the Gibson Street pedestrian bridge. As the council member on the active Grimsby committee, this is something that everyone on my committee looks forward to. Not just that, I've also received multiple emails from residents in my ward that appreciate, like, hiking the Bruce Trail. They come down and they have in the past crossed over that bridge and are very disappointed to see it closed. And they thought this was going to take a very long time to fix. And I'm very glad to see that this is coming forward in a very timely manner. So thank you for your report.
You're welcome.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd just like to, through you, to thank Stephen too. This is really great news because the interesting part of the report says the application deadline is January 7th of next year, and the project must be completed construction by December 31st of 2021. And as Councillor Ritchie mentioned, we met with some of the residents in the area of the Gibson Street Bridge, and this is great news because they were asking, if we had any idea when the bridge could be replaced in that. And I think this is fantastic. Thank you very much, and great work to your staff and finding us the funding. I just wanted to comment about with the lighting. Apparently there's going to be another grant submission for LED lighting starting in January. I was talking to a good friend of mine who owns an electrical company, and he was saying, so we should have an opportunity in January of next year to forward submissions for hopefully lighting for the library and that. Again, first thing that he recommends it gets done is you have a light audit done first to get find out what your needs are. So anyways, just want to bring that information out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Dunstall. All right, Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Turned off the wrong button. Sorry. Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you, Mayor, to Mr. Gruninger. Just what reserve would that come out of for the Gibson Bridge?
Most likely the capital, the Public Works Capital Projects Reserve. Hasn't been decided fully yet, as we're still going through the budget process. But that is the reserve that I've tentatively identified. Oh,
okay. And our Public Works Director isn't concerned about that, losing that.
No, we've discussed that, and that is where we're parking it for the meantime.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, need a mover and seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that memo regarding Investing in Canada program COVID-19 Resilient Infrastructure Stream be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have report 7.1B, FIN 20-18, 2021 consolidated fees and charges. Stephen?
Mayor Jordan, our deputy treasurer is going to take this report.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, Sonia. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and Council. The purpose of this report is to present to Council the 2021 consolidated fees and charges. Each year, Finance initiates an annual review of these fees with the town departments. These fees are typically increased by inflation on an annual basis in order to ensure cost recovery. As well, an analysis is done to perform to determine whether new fees should be added. Due to the economic struggles of COVID-19, staff have not increased the 2021 fees by inflation. For the most part, they should be the same as the 2020 rates. However, the Building and Public Works departments have revamped their schedules in order to simplify the way that their fees are charged. As well, they have increased and added new fees because they were not recovering town costs, and they were much lower than the neighboring municipalities. As well, there was a note added to Schedule O for Parks and Recreation that we think is very important to mention. This gives the Parks Department the flexibility to adjust their fees due to COVID. For example, if we go into lockdown or red zone, staff would like to reserve the rights to be able to reduce fees in response to the changing requirements. As well, this may lead to an increase in the per person rates if class sizes are smaller in order to make the same amount of revenue. Council would receive status updates through the EOC meetings about these rates. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Any questions from council? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FIN 20-18 dated December 14th, 2020 be received, and that a bylaw authorizing the 2021 consolidated fees and charges as set out in Appendix A be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now report 7.1C, the draft 2019 audited financial statements. And Stephen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Our auditor is going to be calling in to the meeting shortly. I just wanted to make sure he's available on the call before we proceed.
I believe our auditor is on the call now.
Yes, I am. It's James Brennan here.
Great. Welcome, James.
Thank you. So I didn't know if Stephen had run through the financial statements yet.
Hi, James. No, I haven't just yet. I'm just going to start that.
All right. Sorry.
It's all right. Sorry, we're just having some technical difficulties.
Stephen, you're good to go.
Okay. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Stephen.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. I would like to present the 2019 financial statements. So compared to the 2018 financial statements, the 2019 statements were a lot less complex. If we recall, in 2018, the town wrote down the assets of Grimsby Energy, which resulted in a deficit of about $1.5 million. And in 2019, the town recorded the sale of Holdco 2, which resulted in a surplus in 2019. So in 2018, we had a deficit, and in 2019, we reverted back to a surplus position. And that brings us to the conclusion of the hydro companies, the unregulated hydro companies on our financial statements, and removes the biodigester from the town's books. So in 2019, the town was given a clean audit opinion. The town, as I mentioned, generated a surplus of about $6.3 million. The most significant transaction in 2019 was the sale of Holdco 2 and its subsidiary companies, Grimsby Energy and Grimsby Hydro. I'll now walk you through the statements and outline any significant variances through the balance sheet and the income statement. So if you can see on the screen, I am showing the consolidated statement of financial position. That's the town's balance sheet. So the first item, you can see their cash and cash equivalents. There's quite a variance there, $31 million in 2019 compared to $10 million in 2018. So the big increase in our cash balances has to do with our basically our obligatory reserve funds, which means we collected a lot more money in DCs, the gas tax grant, our cash in lieu of parkland, our OCIF grant, and our CWWF grant. So collecting all those monies basically gave us more cash in the bank account. Moving down to other receivables, you can see that the balance went from about 4.5 million in 2018 down to about 1.5 million in 2019. The reason for that was we had a grant in 2018, the CWWF grant, which ended in 2018, and that was about $2 million. As well, if we now look at the investment in government business enterprise, so that is the last item in the financial assets. You'll see that in 2018, the balance was $16.2 million, and in 2019, it went up to $17.4 million. This represents the regulated companies in our financial statements. So Niagara Power Incorporated and Grimsby Power Incorporated. So the increase in that line item results from basically the net income from GPI during the year. In the liability section, deferred revenue, obligatory reserve funds, you can see the balance went from about 12.5 million to about 24 million. And that is basically the same reason as the cash balance went up. So again, we collected about $4 million in development charges. Cash in lieu of parkland, we collected about $6.5 million. Our gas tax, $800,000, and the OCIF grant was another roughly $1 million. The next item I'd like to discuss is our employee benefit obligations. You can see that the balance went from about 2.2 million in 18 down to 1.2 million in 2019. And what that represents is the town's future WSIB liability decreased. So certain WSIB claims were denied by the WSIB in 2019, hence the liability was written down. And this is primarily due to the firefighter presumptive legislation. Also in liabilities, we have long-term debt. The balance on the sheet from 2018 shows about $10.8 million in liabilities and long-term debt, down to about $3.2 million in 2019. And the reason for the decrease in long-term debt is the elimination of GEI's debt off of our balance sheet. So the decrease represents the $4.5 million that GEI owed to TD Bank, and the roughly $2.4 million that GEI owed to Niagara Power. So that is now coming off our balance sheet. Then if we move down to our tangible capital assets, you can see that our assets actually went down from $276 million down to about $266 million. And this basically represents the write-off of GEI's assets on the town's balance sheet after the sale of Holdco and the subsidiary companies. Now flip to the income statement. So significant items on the income statement: government transfers. You can see that the actual balance, the actual amount was about $3.5 million, $3.471 million in 2018, reducing down to $2.4 million in 2019. And that, is, I had previously mentioned, had to do with our CWWF grant, which we no longer receive that revenue as the grant program is over. Other revenues. Last year, we had revenues of $6.0 million, and in 2019, that goes up to $8 million. And the reason for that is what makes up that difference would be the sale of the shares in Holdco 2 for $400,000. It's our gain on the sale of the company. It also represents revenues that GEI earned during 2019. And on the expense side, the major variance there would be down in planning and development. And this is where we put the expenses for GEI and Holdco on our income statement for 2019. So you can see the balance went from $6.9 million down to $2.7 million. In 2018, the reason the expenses were so high is, well, if you remember, we wrote down the assets of GEI. That was about $2.8 million. And in addition, there was a decrease or a write-off of a future income tax asset as well. So that amount in 2018 is actually quite an anomaly. And it pretty much all had to do with the biodigester and GEI. So this leaves us with an annual surplus of about $6.2 million, which is our net income for the year.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I interrupt Stephen for a second?
Yeah, actually, I'm good. I'm done. If you wanted to, if there's any questions, I can answer about the statements, please.
No, because you're on that page right now, it's just just to clarify.
One?
Yeah,
under the income statement.
Yeah, under expenses.
Yep.
There's a $1 million difference between the actual 2019 and the budget. Can you explain why that difference is so large?
Under which line item?
Sorry, under general government.
Under general government, yes.
The 2.9 actual versus a 3.9 budget. That's a big shift.
It's about $300,000. That would mostly just be due to normal transactions during the year. There was nothing really significant with regard to general government during the year.
Councillor Frake, you're muted.
Did you hear me?
I am. You're not muted now.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My question, Stephen, was we budgeted a large amount of 3.9 million.
Oh, the budget, yes.
We came in at 2.9. I'm just wondering where we went wrong.
Right offhand, I can't, I'm not sure of that one right now in terms of budget, but I can get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
Stephen?
That's good. Thank you.
Yes.
It's James Brennan. So in the segmented information, there was a one-line item of $1 million for external transfers.
External, yes. Okay. Yeah. So thank you, James. I know what that is now. We had budgeted $1 million. Well, we because we expected to have an issue with the biodigester, we thought we would need to raise money. We had a budget of land sales for about $1 million.
Okay, I remember now. Thanks. That's thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I can take any other questions if.
Yep. Thank you for your presentation, Stephen. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Stephen. I'm on the same page as Councillor Frake was. And it's an interesting point that he had about the general government. So I'm looking a little further down, and I see environmental services of 11,837,000. But
sewer and water.
The 13. So my only question is, I'm looking at budget to actual, because that's what we're just about to do again in January. So why is the environmental services with a budget of 13 million? Where did they, that's an expense too. Of course, they saved $2 million. How was that? Do we know?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Environmental, that is most likely due to payments made for water sales. For water purchases from the region.
Right. So
where we had budgeted an amount and there was less water purchases.
All right. So we used less water this year.
Yeah.
It was 2019 was so wet, so that there was a lot less water used in 2019. So that was the difference.
Yeah, that's over a year ago. I don't remember that. Okay. Yeah. That's when the water level in the lake was so high. Yeah. Good point, Mayor. Thank you. All right, well, that explains it. That's a great savings. It's $2 million. Just one other question again, the planning and development, did you explain that already? Because it was 2.7 million and it had a budget of 980,000. What was the extra expense there? Why so much?
Sorry, Councillor Dunstall, what was, you're asking about the budget to the actual?
Yeah, because the budget was only 980,000.
Right.
And there's an expense of 2.7 million.
Yeah. So the budget of 980,000 is what we would have budgeted for the planning and economic development areas of our budget. The reason for the 2.7 million actual is that that's where we placed GEI's expenses for the year.
Okay, yeah, you had said that. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick question, Stephen. The gas tax in 2018 was 600K or something like that, and then
about 800,000, just over 800.
Sorry, 800, and then it went up to 1.6 because they doubled it, right, in 2019.
That's right. Yeah, we got a one-time doubling. That's right.
We're not expecting that nice bonus again.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I haven't heard anything. It was a one-time stimulus.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Stephen. Stephen, I know that this is kind of a complicated budget because the GEI biodigester is interspersed throughout every single page on this document.
Yes,
So
yeah, for sure it is. Yes.
complicated various things. And the fact, I guess you put a lot of these numbers under planning and development kind of threw me off a little bit too, but I
Yeah,
understand.
we had to find a place to put it, and that was as good a place as any, was in planning and development.
Yeah, okay, it makes sense. But I want to go to page 6. And you might be repeating yourself because there's so much of the biodigester interspersed here, you're probably going to be telling me the same answers across some of these questions. On page 6, under the loss on disposable of tangible capital assets, the actual was $8 million. I assume that's a write-off for something to do with GEI?
That's right. Yeah.
All right, so I understand that. Okay, can I just move on to a couple of other
Sure.
pages? I don't want to take up everyone's time here. Under a quick question, actually, on page 10, and your auditor, our auditor might be able to help here as well. We further on the page where you have classification and useful life.
Yes.
How the time frames that we have here, like 15 to 60 years on land improvements, buildings 10 to 70, et cetera. What standards are they based on, and how do you come up with those numbers?
Industry standards is where we get the numbers from. A lot of these were determined by our engineering consultants when we had to start capitalizing our assets. So they looked at industry standards to see, what are the useful life of assets, and we can review those anytime we'd like to see if they still match what we're experiencing. And it's something actually that I was going to sit down with, especially with our infrastructure assets. I was going to sit down with our Director of Public Works and review some of these useful lives to see if they still match reality.
I think that would be a good idea. Your first thing, for example, roads infrastructure, 6 to 75 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, but it is correct though. There's different types of roads that we have, roads infrastructure, and even if you look at the water and wastewater infrastructure, some of these things last quite a long time.
Okay, anyway, maybe just give it a look through. No priority, but sometime in the new year, maybe you can look at that.
Yep.
Okay, so if I can move on a little bit here. Okay, on page 13, under taxes receivable. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, so at the very bottom, you've got item 3, current year's taxes receivable. Well, the current year is not there really. But in 2020, are we on track with collection of taxes?
Yeah, actually we are. We've done actually very well with our collections in 2020. I was a little bit concerned earlier in the year as we were heading down into lockdown, and that we wouldn't be collecting as much tax, but we did very well with our collections, and we had the interest waiving period from, I think it was May to the end of September, and that helped as well, residents. But we did far better than we thought we would be in terms of collecting tax.
Without putting you on the spot, but I will put you on the spot. Any idea what the variance will be?
For 2020?
Yeah.
That I'll have to get back to you.
You can get back to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Next page 14.
Yes.
Just a suggestion that you correct under item 4, second paragraph, second last line. You refer to that the previous owner, whatever, under the auspices of the former Grimsby Hydro Electric Commission. I think that's about 20 years old right now.
Yes. Yeah.
What it should be?
Yeah, thank you.
Probably a copy and paste over the last number of years. on the same line, but the last line regarding the promissory note,
Yes.
it's going to be up in about 6 weeks. Has anyone filed for an extension, or do we need to bring that?
Yes, we did the extension until 2022. I brought that a couple meetings ago.
Okay, because it says 2021 here.
Yeah, that in 2019, that was still the due date, 2021.
Okay. Moving right along. I think you probably answered this, but it shows up under notes on page 17.
I'm sorry, Councillor Frank, page 21, did you say?
Or page 17.
17, sorry. Yes.
Under development charges, in 2019, we collected 7.8. We collected, or is that receivable?
No, that is what is actually in our development charges.
So
the total amount that's in our development charges.
It's in the bank?
So, yeah, it's cash in the bank. Yeah. So in 2018, we had about $4 million, and you can see we had some great growth in 2019, and we ended with about $7.8 million. So that balance is development charges coming in, as well as it's the net of development charges coming in and development charges going out to fund capital projects.
Okay, now I know that earlier this year, or was it last year, we were having some difficulties collecting some of the development charges from some of our developers. Has that been corrected?
No, we're working on that right now.
Is there very much outstanding?
For the town, no, not that much.
Okay, so I know that I don't want to mention names on this.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think you know what I'm referring to.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of resolved itself?
Hasn't resolved itself. No, we're currently working on it with the developer.
You wouldn't want to put a number on that, would you?
No, not
Okay.
not right now in open session.
Okay, you're making notes as we go along here?
Yes.
Okay. Following page 18. Deferred revenue, you might have responded to that earlier, but can you give me some examples of what deferred revenue might be?
Yeah, so deferred revenue is cash we receive in the current year that is meant for a future period. So say somebody pays us, gives us revenue in 2020, but it's for the period 2021.
Okay.
And so it goes into a liability account, and then in the period it's earned. So if you give me the money now, it'll be earned in 2021. And for us in 2020, it shows up as a liability.
Okay.
Does that explain it? Sorry.
Yeah, I just don't want to, if we only get a chance to look at these statements once a year.
Yes,
okay?
I understand. Yes.
So, I mean, it's a really, really important document, and we should be really delving into it. And, it probably would be easier if we were doing this on a quarterly basis, but because we're doing it only once, I'm sorry. I mean, I think we just need to go through some of these numbers. And
yes, absolutely.
If the rest of the council is okay with this or not. Under employee benefits and obligations is another one I wanted to talk about in the same page, item 7.
Yeah, I brought this one up. So is that the workplace safety insurance?
My question is, how is it calculated?
It is calculated by so the workplace safety and insurance board one is actually calculated by the WSIB. Their actuaries calculate what that amount is, and then for the post. I'm sorry.
And how often is it calculated?
Once a year.
And who does that?
The WSIB. They calculate it for us.
Do they do it every year for us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. They have actuaries on staff who calculate that. And then the other one below, the post-employment benefits, that is calculated by the town's actuary. We consult with the town's actuary to calculate those numbers.
And we do that every year as well?
It's done every 3 years, and we have a projection. We have an estimate basically every year for 3 years.
Okay, we do the estimate internally, do we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I have a note here on page 20, but I think you pretty much explained that, but I just have a quick question, and that's under long-term debt, 2018 to 4.5 million, that was the loan?
That's right. The loan to TD Bank that was guaranteed by the town.
So, but did we not have also a loan in 2019 of $300,000 to get GEI through the bad times? Should that be in there somewhere as well, or is that somewhere else?
It was paid off at year end, by year end.
Okay, so it was paid off, and so it just
Yeah.
it zeroed itself out. In other words,
Yeah, it was paid off basically before the sale.
Okay, under item B, same page.
Yes.
Leased
Item B,
equipment.
yes.
Leased equipment, 2018, 424,834. Is that all GEI?
Some of it is GEI and some of it is the town. A very small portion is the town, which is our photocopier leases. But the vast majority of it is GEI. They leased a bunch of equipment at GEI.
But a bulk of it is actually the GEI equipment.
Yes, by far the vast majority. I think the GEI leased some trucks and other equipment.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with some of that, so
Yeah.
we've gone through it before. Okay, last question on page 22. Reserves and reserve funds.
Yes.
Under contingencies, there was 223,000 in 2018 and 1.1 million in 2019. Now you may have gone through this again, but tell me again, will you? Why the difference? Why is it so large? It's page 22.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Let me see here. Contingencies.
I'm sure GEI is in there somewhere.
That one, no, GEI wouldn't be in that one.
Okay.
Let me get back to you on why the reserve balance increased for the contingencies.
Okay, so under, again, this is totally all about reserves here. On the
Yes.
Recreation and Culture Services, we have 1.8 million sitting, I guess that's sitting in the bank as a reserve right now, is that right?
For which one? Sorry.
Recreation and Culture.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So that would be, yeah, so 1.8. Yeah, so we would have those funds sitting in a reserve. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question is, there's a total of $25,329,668 in reserve sitting at the end of 2019. How are we at the end of 2020? Any idea where we are in terms of total reserves? That number at the end of 2020?
I would say it's pretty close because in 2020 there wasn't a lot of money spent due to COVID. So I would say our reserves are going to be pretty close to that number for 2020 as well.
Okay. Great report, Stephen. Thank you very much. I just wanted to just make a few comments.
Sure.
I mentioned about quarterly reviews. I mean, so we don't have to go through this in the detail, get it once a year at the end of the following year to review something that happened a year ago. It would really help if we had some type of quarterly reviews. Right now, I settle for half-year reviews.
Yeah, going forward, we should have the statements a little bit earlier coming to you. I think the last couple of years have been an interesting 2 years with the biodigester and tracking all the changes through there. As well, we're in a better position in 2020 to actually report a little bit sooner to council. So that's always been our objective to get this done a little bit sooner. So and now that we don't have to also wait for financial statements to come from the hydros because some of them don't exist anymore, that helps. That makes the timeframes a little bit shorter as well.
It would be a good strategic planning for us to be able to see at least half year how we are we situated with our budgets and our financial statements and our costs and so on and so forth. It would really be helpful, I think, for all of council.
Sure. Yeah.
The other thing is, I know that we this is to December of 2020, and we're only now, finalizing our audit for 2019. So hopefully going forward, we can do a little better job of bringing that forward. A year after is a long time. And I don't know if is the auditor still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, I forgot your name. What's your name?
It's James Brennan.
James. Yeah. Well, what's the normal time frame for in the municipal world for getting audited statements finished and submitted?
I honestly can't say there's a normal time frame. Our earliest ones are usually done in April, May, and we go all the way through to November, December.
Okay. Maybe we should...
It really depends on the municipality and the circumstances that we're in.
Okay, we should probably shoot for a little sooner anyways. Thank you both. Thank you, Stephen, for the report. Thank you for all the answers. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. Sorry, just one more clarification, Stephen, on page 10. When we talk again, and I've asked you this before, but I just would like you to clarify again on subdivision infrastructure. Subdivision streets, lighting, sidewalks, drainage, and other infrastructure are required to be provided by subdivision developers, but upon completion, they are turned over to the municipality and recorded as tangible capital assets. The municipality is not involved in the construction. So again, this goes to these new condominium developments such as Lake House or even Bravo that I'm in. So how can we not, so I know we've got common element fees here for the roads and a little bit of landscaping, but when we're under the water and wastewater services that are put in, if we were in a subdivision that was on a municipal road, it would not be part of our we wouldn't be a part of our condominium costs. Same as Lake House. How can we not turn them over and you guys can, and the town is responsible? Because how do we do that how does the town know which portion is a town responsibility and which is a condominium board's or private responsibility? Once we get to these water and wastewater infrastructure degrading at say 40 years, are we looking at the homeowners here in this small condominium being responsible for ripping up the roads and replacing the water and wastewater?
Yes, you would actually. And hopefully what the condo corporation is doing is managing that and putting aside monies for the eventual replacement of those assets on private property.
So some of them though will be split. So Lake House, some of the roads are town, right? But some of the interior roads are going to be the responsibility of the condo boards, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and through you to Stephen. Always a great report, Stephen. And I know we've always asked to get information sooner than that, but there are, and I've talked to some councillors in other municipalities. Some of them start their budgets before they get their actuals, and that I'm not going to mention any names, but one is pretty close to us. And I like the idea that I like seeing actuals. I think that's very important. Gives you the real numbers in that. So yeah, but if you can get your time frame in a little bit quicker, as long as actuals are a good part of it. To me, that's important. The question I do have with regards to WSIB payment, as a Schedule 1 employer, for what we're paying, are we getting a fair deal? I'll call it that.
We're actually a Schedule 2 employer. So we are self-funded.
All right.
Other municipalities are Schedule 1 where they actually pay rates. They actually pay WSIB rates. We don't. So if there is an injury, a claim, the town funds those costs directly. Right now, like if we were to compare us to a municipality that pays rates, they're probably paying with their premiums, probably maybe $300,000 to $500,000 a year, which we don't pay.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
That was a while ago. I think that came to council, but that's great. Thanks very much then.
You're welcome.
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you for that presentation, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Just building on, what Councillor Cadwell and Councillor Frake have talked about. While I wouldn't expect that we'd be able to see audited statements for 2020, but could we at least get our actuals before we're doing our 2021 budget?
Yes, that report is coming next month. There will be a forecast to year-end 2020 forecast. So you'll see those numbers before we get into budget.
Okay, so we'll have a ballpark figure of
A ballpark figure, yes, yeah.
That's
It'll be
fairly accurate.
Yeah, third quarter report with forecast to year-end.
Okay, all right. Bart agrees.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again to Stephen, just two quick questions, and if I can add to what Councillor Frake said, it sure would be nice to see things more than once a year, and then we become more familiar with it so that we don't spend as much time asking you all these questions. But one question that Councillor Frake asked on page 20 about leased equipment for 2018 was the 424,000. You alluded to that could be part of the biodigester. Why would that show up on this report when they have their own financial statements? Why would you have leased equipment showing up on that?
Yeah.
And then a question on 22.
Yeah, in 2018, we consolidated those hydro companies into the town's financial statements. So that means their assets or liabilities, their revenues and expenses all came onto the town's financial statements.
I thought that didn't happen until 2019. Okay, that's fair.
No, so it came on in 2018 and now it's off in 2019. So
Well,
in and out, yeah.
Because it was the end of 2018 when this all started.
Yes.
After the election. So you worked very quickly there. Okay.
Yes.
And just on 22, is that the actual reserves then? Are we suggesting that between 2018 and 2019, we increased our reserves by about $5 million? Is that accurate?
That's right.
That's a good thing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So our reserves are up to $25 million now.
That's right.
Which is putting us in better shape than years gone by. Is that correct? Well, good for you. Well, you guide us through that. So that's that good work. Yeah, quite impressive. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Stephen, for your presentation, and thank you very much, James.
Well, I was going to make a few comments with
All right.
regards to the audit communication, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
So
Go ahead,
I
James.
think Council has a copy of that, and thank you. And before I get too far along, I always leave this to the end, and I almost forget usually. This was a very unprecedented year. We conducted all our municipal audits remotely, and everything took longer. Everything still takes longer. But I wanted to thank Stephen and his team because they were right on the ball, and they got us the information we needed. And my team reacted, and we managed to get our audit done remotely, which has never been done before. So it's a new world. But I just wanted to touch on a few things in our audit communication. It's a combined communication this year because we didn't actually get out a planning one. So the planning aspects are in the appendices, but we are substantially completed our audit. You have the draft statements that you're looking at now for approval. So following that, there'll be a management representation letter signed by Stephen and Mr. Schlang, and then there'll be some subsequent event work that we still do, and we'll be waiting for some legal responses. So in the communication, we talk about our audit report, our audit approach, where our focus areas are, where there's sensitive issues that we concentrate on, where the significant accounting estimates are, such as the post-employment benefits and that sort of thing. We do note any adjustments that were made. Those are laid out in the schedules. And we also talk about whether there were any internal control issues, which is a copy of the letter there. and whether there were any independence issues, which there were none. So as Stephen mentioned, our audit report, the draft copy is in one of the appendix. I think it's Appendix B. And sorry, no, it's in Appendix. Where are we here? One of the appendix. I can't follow it on the screen right now, but it is a clean audit report. And once the draft statements are approved and we finish our subsequent work, we'll be issuing our final report. And that's really all I wanted to cover, because I'm sure you have copies in front of you. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Great, thank you very much, James. Councillor Frake, we have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To James. James, I know one thing you probably overlooked there, and I had spoken to Stephen a number of months ago. You had to actually redo, I guess, the previous year's books. When I put the word loosely, books, because of the biodigester. There were so many things that hadn't been reported in previous years, you had to redo them. So I know that did add a little bit of extra time to putting this final one together, because you had to go backwards in time and then come forwards again to get it all correct. So I appreciate that. And I think Stephen and you probably forgot to mention that as an important item to
yeah, that makes it sound worse than it really was. Really what happened was we discovered that the biodigester was not what we call a government business enterprise. A government business enterprise can be shown on one line of the balance sheet, such as we see for GPI. But our standards people looked at this and they said, no, this is not a business enterprise. So that's why we ended up having to consolidate their assets and liabilities into the town's books. And to do that, we had to actually restate the prior year's numbers as well. So it wasn't really an error. It was just a different way of reporting it.
No, I wasn't in saying that was an error, but it was something you had to do in order to make everything correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to mention that because I know I spoke to Stephen about it some time ago, and it obviously added to the time frame that you guys had. Anyways, thank you very much. Good report.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Sharp, resolved that the draft 2019 audited financial statements be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the notice of motion from last week, which is the resolution of ward meetings. I have a mover as Councillor Sharp, who will probably want to speak on it. I just need a seconder. Councillor Vane. Councillor Sharp, would you like to speak first?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I brought this notice of motion at our most recent meeting, and I know that when so last year we had like a general ward meeting, a mayor's, what did we call it? I can't remember.
It was a mayor's question and answer session.
Yeah, the mayor's question and answer. And with us not being able to meet in person in the same capacity that we used to be able to, and me being committed to wanting to reach the residents, I'm looking for a way that we can do that, A, right now, and B, going forward. So I talked to staff about it, and they said that if the two councillors can agree on a date, then we'll host a meeting via Zoom or some online portal right now, and then eventually we will start doing that either at the Peach King Center or maybe in each ward. I don't know the details, but that's what I was aiming at, and this is what we're voting on right now.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Any further comments? Councillor Vardy?
I just want to say I think it's a great idea, and I thank Councillor Sharp for raising it, and I certainly will support it.
Councillor Bothwell?
As well, thanks to Councillor Sharp for bringing this forward and looking forward to it. I noticed that some other best practices from other neighboring municipalities are holding these type of Zoom meetings, and they have staff as supports there to help answer and address any questions. So I hope that when we look at scheduling this, that we have a couple of staff that are available as well as supports to the ward councillors in case there's any questions that need to be redirected. So it's just to make sure that we've got all our bases covered when we have those ward meetings, and we can answer the questions the best we can right then and there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. I think that is in the plan for staff to be involved in this as well. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great idea, but one of the things, again, moving forward in COVID is I'm just wondering if there's has been any thought into the cost of these ward meetings if they happen. Does anybody know how much they may cost per meeting? I'm just looking at from a dollar and cents situation right now. I think they're great for the wards to inform your constituents. I'm just looking to see if anybody knows what the cost might be.
CAO, Shine.
Thank you, Mayor, to Councillor Ritchie. Having run these before, it's really more staff time. We usually find locations that are either, municipally owned facilities, so we're not paying a rental if we're doing them live. And through Zoom, it's really more of our staff time and the opportunity cost of our staff. But we'd work with the ward councillors to try and limit any potential costs. But you could do this in a minimal way. Thank you.
Thank you, CIO. And I think in the spirit of openness and transparency during COVID, we certainly need to put this forward. And I really agree with Councillor Sharp that it is a great idea. And the staff cost, I think we do owe it to our constituents to be available. So seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane, and it's a recorded vote. Whereas there is an agreement by both councillors to partake in a ward meeting, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to organize a meeting for each ward once every year and through virtual participation during COVID and in person thereafter. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Sorry. Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Up next, we have report CAO 20-07, parking matters. CAO Schlang.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the opportunity to provide some information to council before making a decision on the resolution coming forward on parking matters. We just wanted to provide some information to council that we do recognize that parking is something that council has been wanting us to look at for some time. If you look at the amount of notices of motion, this is the fourth one relating to some parking matters. There was one on February 8th that talked about parking enforcement, which also looked at, some of the activity that we're doing in parking enforcement. We'd provide statuses of that February 8th. We really felt that we didn't have the resources to do that until COVID was at least trying, coming downward and now going into perhaps a red by early next week. We really don't have the staff forces to continue with that, but we have done some benchmarking and some work on that. And that was a resolution from February the 8th. There was also, we talked about the downtown parking study. Council had directed us to do that. And then in the budget process in March of 2020, council did not approve the $100,000 to do an extensive parking study in the downtown. So that was another resolution. And then there was one recently in the Grimsby Beach, which we have moved the parking concerns into the Grimsby Beach study, and we were directed to make sure that that was included in the overarching study. This particular notice of motion that's coming forward to you is a very broad motion. Some of it touches on some of the work that we were doing for the February 8th resolution, but it's across the entire town and looking at issues and coming up with resolutions by February. We at this time do not have the capacity to do such an extensive parking study by the end of February. But we do have an option for councilors' consideration on the motion where Nels was discussed, and that's at least a targeted area that we could do some extensive community engagement. We're looking at some tools that you'll see later in council, like Bang the Table, to really get a representative sample of input from residents on Nels, and maybe use that work we do on Nels as sort of a template that we use in other neighborhoods where there's some concerns, and maybe match that with some of the ward meetings. So we have an option for councilors' consideration there, but we really do not have the capacity to do such an extensive study that was discussed in the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. It's basically my motion. So I guess I have a couple of questions for the CAO. First is, when do you think he might be able to address this? Because I think the issues are varied and pervasive. I take your point to look at Nellis Boulevard first, because I think there are definite issues there. My only other concern is with winter on the horizon and snow removal and what have you. I know we're going to get more complaints. So, you know, it's some of the urgency around winter that I'm concerned about. And I don't know, while I take your point and understand that you need more time, it would be good if we could find a way to deal with at least high impact areas as they arise until you can come up with something more fulsome.
CAO?
Thank you, Marion. Yeah, that's why we thought if we could target Nels and use that sort of as a template, and then maybe work with the rest of council, what we think some other priorities are, and, you know, sort of knock them off as we go through. It's better than it's a more targeted approach versus a town-wide. So if we could use the Nels as a template, and we said we could get that done by March, by the end of March, that can then lead us to some other areas, other impact areas.
So you can only do Nellis by end of March?
Through you, Mary, yes, we have, we're going into red soon. We have 7 meetings in January and February. We have the budget. We really felt as a team we could at least do one of the areas and do it right. And Sarah Sweeney's presenting, we're introducing a community engagement tool that we think could be really effective, and use it as a pilot with Nels.
All right. I hope that we can at least accomplish this in 2021. Do you think you could do that?
Again, through you, Mary, once we sort of size all the different areas and targeted areas, I think we should jointly together with the ward councillors target the highest impact areas where you think is the most critical.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'd like the report from the CAO, and I like the option for consideration. There's been a long-standing issue on Nellis Boulevard, obviously with parking there. I remember going back 2 terms ago, dealing with our public works staff, and they were very diligent in trying to find a solution. And I think moving forward on this, we can definitely. I look forward to what comes out from using Nellis Boulevard as a template. I know, speaking to other councillors, we all seem to have our areas where there's problems for parking and that. And I think with regards to the snowstorms and that, we have very good policies and protocols in place for people that they're supposed to move their cars off the road when a snowstorm has been announced and that. So we have staff that patrol the areas and that. So I think we've got some good policies in place. But I look forward to what comes from the Nellis Boulevard study, and again, what we can do for the rest of the town, because we're all aware there are a lot of parking issues all around town. So I'm glad we're moving forward with this. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I just want to confirm with CAO Schlang that this is a motion that I brought in earlier this year. It's the duplicate of the motion that I brought in. So I just want to make sure that we're not creating twice the work for staff and be doing things. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Schlang is already working on my motion, which discussed the parking. So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating. That's all. So maybe Councillor CAO Schlang could comment on that.
If we focus, on the option for consideration, we're still part of the notice of motion that Councillor Vardy brought forward. We'll answer, especially component B of some of the parking issues that we did have, and do some analysis of that. And it helps us with C and D. So it's not duplication, it'll complement each other as long as we target, one area right now.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. I have to admit that, when I read it, I was a little jealous because we've all made the comments that every ward has their parking concerns. And to my constituents, I haven't forgot about you on Rembrandt. But that being said, I do like the approach. I'm sad that it's not my ward that you're looking at accomplishing something first and doing a pilot project or maybe a template for the rest of the town. But I do appreciate that we're looking at something for a template for all of town eventually, not all town, but for localized areas. So I'd like to see the Nellis Boulevard issue hopefully get resolved, and we have a good template to move forward on. So thanks.
Seeing no further questions from council, just need a mover and seconder to receive report CAO 20-07. Mover and seconder. Councillor Cadwell, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report CAO 20-07 dated December 14th, 2020 be received for committee's consideration. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Councillor Vardy's resolution. Need a seconder for it. Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas there are significant parking issues in parts of Grimsby that reflect various issues such as insufficient.
Mr. Mayor, could I make a friendly amendment to the time frame then?
Sure.
The CAO's report?
Yeah, so it's in here beginning in January 2021, which, return to council. It says by the end of February in here. So what did you want to amend it to?
Well, if they could return to council by the end of first quarter for the pilot and by year end for the rest, for something comprehensive.
Do you want to rewrite that? All right, the clerk's going to rewrite that for us.
Hopefully in a year it can get accomplished.
Councillor Cadwell, did you want to speak on it? Or do you want me to read it first as amended?
I'd just like to hear from the comments from the CAO again. I think, if that would be okay. Thank you.
Sure. CAO?
Yeah, so the end of March would be great, first quarter for the pilot to use as a template, as a tool to look at the town comprehensively, if the council wouldn't mind. in those localized areas. I mean, it's not going to be across the entire town because we're doing the beach study. So if the motion could read, end of March for the pilot for Nels Avenue, and use that template to do a number of other localized areas by the year end.
I guess my concern about that is that I think that there are some issues that could be addressed more globally and not just targeted areas. So I think it would be great, seeing as this is such a long-standing problem. A year should be enough time to be able to, address and see, as we're looking at targeted areas, are there some global issues that would make parking, particularly in the wintertime, better? So I think, I hate to just do everything as a one-off, when I think that we could strengthen some of our generalized parking issues. I know Councillor Cadwell says you're not allowed to park on the road when there's a snowstorm, but actually you are. You have 24 hours, if I'm recalling correctly, my discussion with Paul, that you have 24 hours before you move your car. And this is of concern to a lot of people who are having problems cleaning out that portion of the driveway of the road, I guess, for them to be able to get out of their driveway when there's a parked car. So the snow removal can't kind of make a dip in and go around. So, I don't think, honestly, that we have the tools to deal with this right now. And if I look at, for instance, the city of Ottawa as an example, because that's where I came from, there is an overnight parking ban whenever there is a certain amount of snow being predicted by the government weather service. So I can't remember what it was, but if it's over 5 centimeters, there's no overnight parking, and it's enforced. And then that way, when it's usually a ban from, sometimes it's like 24 hours, sometimes it's just 12 hours. There's no overnight parking. And that gives the snowplows free room to kind of clear everything up. So that's why I'm concerned about just doing all of this in just an ad hoc way, when I'd like to see that we can look at least some issues more globally. So if, I know we're not going to solve all the parking issues in Grimsby, but I think we can do a lot more. And I think a year's time is enough to sort of figure out some of these overarching issues that have been coming up again and again and again that we all get calls about. So,
CAO?
So Mayor, I understand, but if, at least as Nels gives us a basis of what it will take to do an appropriate job. I'm very concerned about, we're going into red. Who knows how long we'll be in the pandemic. If you look at last summer, most of our resources had to be expended on beach parking issues. So we want to do it for you. We recognize it's important, but allow us to at least do the pilot, and then we can determine how much staff we might need, where we are with the pandemic around March. I hate to overpromise and underdeliver, but we'll make every best effort to do as much as we can in 2021. But do recognize that there is a lot of uncertainty with our resources, probably for the next 6 months.
Could we, if you're committed to doing the pilot within the first quarter, if you could come back to us with some expected timeframes in that time, that we could revisit this, that would be acceptable. Somewhat disappointing, but acceptable.
Thank you for your understanding, Councillor.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's been a lot of discussion. I'm a little confused. Have we actually got the motion on the floor to have discussion? Because we've been doing a lot of discussion, and I thought we were having a friendly amendment. I wanted to say a few things, but I didn't know if we even had a seconder for it yet or not. So where are we at with?
We have a mover and seconder, and it does have. I can read the amended part of it. It says, return to council by the end of Q1 2021 in regards to the pilot project for Nellis Boulevard, and use the pilot as a template to review other localized areas by the end of 2021.
I did want to speak on it because I think it's a very worthwhile project, and I agree with Councillor Vardy. Parking's always been a serious issue. The pandemic is a real serious issue right now too, and working in this environment right now, I can tell you I think our CIO is correct. We will very shortly be going into red, and we might be going into gray forthcoming in a few weeks too, because it doesn't look like anything's getting any better at this point. There's a lot of hope down the road because of the vaccine, but so I can see why he doesn't want to commit to a fulsome review. The other aspect of this parking is that part of the reason we have parking the way we do is I live on Sumner Crescent and we can park on both sides is parking creates a calming effect too. So if we start to change some of the parking to try and alleviate some of the issues, we increase the speed too. And speed is another item that's constantly been brought up, and as recently as this morning I read from our public works director about a speeding issue in another part of our town. So parking and speeding kind of go together, and I'd sure like to see something down the road with speeding. The previous council, we've talked about lowering the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour because it would save a lot more lives than if you get, as a pedestrian, get hit by a car at 50 or 60 kilometers an hour. It's much more a serious injury. So speeding too is another huge issue that constantly comes up with our residents who like to walk, and some parts of Ward 3 we don't have sidewalks at all. All we have is we don't have even storm sewers. It's just ditches, so you really have to walk out on the road, like along Lakeside as an example. So speed is another serious issue that we have in this town that we need to really address too. So parking's important, but also speeding. So I'd like that to maybe have some consideration in the near future too. So I would support this, but I think we should talk about speeding too.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see Councillor already amend her motion. You know, I was thinking about this, and I have parking issues in Ward 1. I'm sure Councillor Frake's aware of this too. But again, we're in different times over the last year, or coming up this year, especially with COVID. You have a lot of people that are supposed to be university and colleges, and they're working remotely from home, which could mean an extra car in the driveway. And you know, so when it comes to some of these parking issues, I do think that we should have a little bit of latitude. But this policy is for the future when we hopefully get back to normalcy or some kind of normal. So I'm appreciative of that, that we look at the pilot project. But I am a little bit happy that we're slowing everything down just a little bit and we concentrate on some high impact areas because again, who knows how long COVID will last. I hope it's over very shortly. But yeah, COVID does create problems with more people being home from universities and colleges. So that means more vehicles in the driveway. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas there are significant parking issues in parts of Grimsby that reflect various issues such as insufficient parking, parking past the allowable time limit, and parking blocking services such as snow and waste removal, be it resolved that staff do the following beginning in January 2021. A, undertake an open house or web consultation or other such public consultation in order to obtain public input on parking issues. B, track all parking complaints. C, investigate areas that are of immediate concern, including but not limited to Nellis Boulevard. D, identify areas, streets with significant issues and are most negatively affected, and those that are most negatively affected. E, return to council by the end of Q1 2021 in regards to the pilot project for Nellis Boulevard, and use the pilot as a template to review other localized areas by the end of 2021. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Up next, we move to section 11, notice of motion requested by Councillor Cadwell, rapid response opportunities. Whereas the global COVID-19 pandemic has radically altered the way humans gather, interact, and even walk down the street, globally, the heightened fear and awareness of this virus and the vital physical distancing measures that followed has touched nearly every aspect of people's lives. As a result, main streets across Canada have transformed from bustling centers to vacant spaces in mere days. A shift in how main streets are used can support the triple bottom line for health, local businesses, and community. Whereas Grimsby's core commercial downtown areas are susceptible to additional vacancies and heightened vulnerability as a result of the pandemic, where it is one of Council's guiding principles to welcome, nurture, and support businesses to contribute to the financial sustainability of our town, whereas Council's collective priorities for the town of Grimsby include business attraction, growth, and retention, whereas the town of Grimsby wishes to utilize any and all the tools reasonably at its disposal to maintain and encourage a vibrant downtown and support the local business community throughout the town during these challenging times. Now be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate additional rapid response opportunities available to the town to safeguard the viability of downtown Main Street areas as the focus of the community. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the December 21st Committee of the Whole meeting. December 22nd. All right, up next, we're at section 12, correspondence. We have correspondence from Administration and Finance, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Planning. New mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that correspondence under Administration and Finance with reference to the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes of October 8th, 2020, and Niagara Regional declaring a state of emergency on mental health, homelessness, and addiction, and that the correspondence under Parks, Recreation, and Culture with reference to hospice workers, and that the correspondence under Public Works with reference to Ontario gas-fired power plants, and that the correspondence under Planning and Development with reference to request to the Province of Ontario to withdraw Schedule 6 of the Budget Measures Act, Bill 229, Conservation Authorities Act, be received. All in favor? That's carried. And our next Committee of the Whole meeting is scheduled for December 21st, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned, and we'll be back to our regular council meeting at 8:31. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the council portion of our meeting for Monday, December 14th, 2020. First call the meeting to order and the playing of the national anthem. So everyone please rise. All right, moving to item number 3, any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving to item number 4, the approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Move Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of December 14th, 2020 be approved. All in favor? That's carried.
I think you meant to say 7th, not 14th.
December 14th. It's approval of tonight's meeting. Now we move to number 5, adoption of previous minutes. The committee of the whole and the council minutes of December 7th. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the committee of the whole minutes of December 7th, 2020 be approved, and that council minutes of December 7th, 2020 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. We have no delegations this evening. Moving to this consent agenda. Yeah. Reports. Report DRS 20-14, community engagement platform, bang the table, or as if we're going to call it, Engage Grimsby. Sarah Sweeney is going to speak on that. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council. This is an exciting report to share with you. I know on behalf of our whole CLT team, we're quite excited to bring this concept forward to you. So hopefully you had a chance to read the report. We'll just touch on some of the highlights. Bang the Table is a community engagement tool used by many municipalities, and particularly so as COVID time. And people are having to find different ways to interact with the community. What Bang the Table does is really broadens our reach to the community in terms of engaging them with projects. A lot of people like to engage in different ways. Not everybody wants to go to the physical meetings or send the emails. And this type of tool allows people to engage and learn about projects kind of on their own time. If you're a shift worker and 2 a.m. is the right time for you to provide feedback, you'll be able to do that on this platform. And you have all of the information about the project right on one page. So it's really about the convenience and also the comfort of the environment and how people sometimes wish to provide their feedback and their information or their ideas about projects. This is hopefully going to lead to better participation, and certainly that has been what other municipalities have seen, which can ultimately lead to better decision-making and other creative ideas coming from the community to help us get the best project outcomes that we can. This will also then build trust and better satisfaction and better just communication among our community. The Bang the Table platform is the preferred platform to use by many municipalities, and in our opinion as well, because it just offers such a complement of tools that you can use. It's also been said to be very user-friendly by a number of our peers. So it has tools right from something that's sort of more closed and a controlled environment like a survey or a poll, right from something down to a very open type of communication, which can be a forum or a storyboard where there's a lot of back and forth interaction. And that would be more of the creative type of project you would do that with. The platform also has really good analytics and reporting tools. So rather than staff doing some of that manually, which happens right now, all of that gets done by Bang the Table in a really good, concise way that we can look at all that data. So the why now is there are quite a number of projects coming up that we think Bang the Table just fits very well into using. And of course, COVID-19 is also a factor as well. It's just a little bit more tricky to engage with the community, but we really do think that while COVID-19 is sort of the catalyst for moving this project forward right now, it really will be something valuable going on for many, many years. And I think we'll see a lot of great use for it. We're hoping to be able to turn it around really quickly. We hear from the people at Bang the Table that they're able to work with us to turn it around quite quickly. So using it for projects such as Budget 2021. I know Chief Thompson is hopeful to work with us for the open air burning. The Grimsby Beach study would be another example. The Trails Master Plan that we hope to do in 2021. Some parks redevelopment work. I mean, the list goes on and on as to how you can use this tool. The nice thing is you'll be able to see it as well. You can see everything that's up on this tool and really follow it along and interact with it as well. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Philip. He was going to add a few comments as well, and then we're happy to take any questions.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, just maybe to add to Sarah's, that was a good synopsis, Sarah, thank you. But just to add to that is our piece of it was we did work with Sarah and others to review other engagement platforms out there. There's various. We see Bang the Table as best of breed. Again, that was not only our review, but our peer municipalities. Some of them are outlined in the report. And also, and I know you know this, Mr. Mayor, and Council knows this, 1 year ago, you set your strategic priorities. And we see this as speaking directly to your strategic priority for accountability and transparency. I have no technical concerns with this platform. And I know, as Sarah alluded to, there's a lot of eager people at the town who are just dying to use it. So with that, I'll save my comments there and we'll answer any questions you have.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentations, Sarah and Philip. And questions from Council. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Sarah and Philip. Very interesting concept. I wasn't aware of this, but obviously you brought this forward. Just a question I do have with regards to how new is this this community platform? As Philip mentioned, I think maybe you too, Sarah, that there are other municipalities that are using it. So I'd just be curious to know how long has this type of initiative been around, or even, and I guess are they all using the same server here? Bang the Table. Thank you.
I can answer that one. I know Bang the Table has been around for 10 years, so they have been around for quite a while. They do a lot of work in municipalities. Their list of website examples that I asked for was quite long and all different sizes, very large municipalities, much smaller ones as well. I know Niagara Region has used Bang the Table for some projects, and several Niagara municipalities are. And I know several more are currently working on engaging with them for the product as well. It just seems to be, as Philip said, the best in breed and really lends itself well to a municipal environment. So the comments have been really favorable as well with some of the peers we've reached out to. They really, really like the product.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that, thank you, Sarah. The only thing I'd add to that is to say, good question about the platform, Councillor. The concept of this type of more featureful engagement tool is not a new one either. Other municipalities have been using platforms like this one. We see this one and we're recommending this one. But this type of a two-way engagement, more collaborative engagement, is absolutely what we're seeing out there. And we've seen many municipalities do it for many years. In some ways, we're maybe a little bit late to the game.
Yeah, if I may, thank you very much for your comments. And if I may add, just my own personal comment is a lot of municipalities have their own communications staff member, which we don't, but this is an additive to complementing something like that. Do you see it as that way too? Thank you.
Do you want me to answer, Philip?
Sure, if you'd like.
Certainly, this is something that often falls in the purview of a communications staff person, so they would take a very active role in this. We will be currently sharing that task among us, which is a little bit more challenging, definitely as a staff team. But I think that the staff team sees such value in what this product can deliver that they're willing to do their best to put their time in with what they have to make this happen. The one thing is it can sort of transition some of the work in other areas. So you might, the hope is that some of the other ways that we were doing more outreach will be able to push a little bit more into this piece.
Great.
Yes, it is tends to be something led by communications.
Sorry, Sarah, I do have something to add. Sarah's great. It does allow us to punch above our weight, even though we don't have that communication resource, Councillor Keppel, you're speaking of. So we could absolutely do more with a dedicated communications resource, but we're not there yet. That's a council decision. But through you, Mr. Mayor, I do want to add that it does allow us to punch above our weight, even though we don't have those dedicated resources.
Great. Sounds like a great initiative. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say great initiative, you two. On the subject of a communications person, sometimes we have to live within their means. And this is a great way to not lose that capacity and still be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish. My one question is, let's say that you're doing some kind of survey or on one topic. Can you simultaneously be using the same platform for another topic? Like, for instance, could we do, parking issues and parks use at the same time, so that two different people or two different directors might want to use it for two different things? Can that happen simultaneously, or would that have to be staged?
I think it's actually one of the beauties. Sorry, Philip. I think it's one of the beauties of this platform that absolutely you can. So it tends to present itself as tiles on a page, and you'll see all these different tiles that are all different projects that you can interact with. So the benefit is also, if you go to this page and you're interested in like a parks redevelopment, you're going to see all the other tiles and opportunities for engagement that are available to you, and you can interact with all of them. They even still show archived projects, so that something that was expired, you can still see that. The license for this agreement includes 2 administrators and 10 project administrators, so we can have multiple staff doing multiple projects at one time. And when you go on to the page as well, it'll tell you who the project lead is, who's listening to it. So it gives you lots of options as to which projects you participate in, and definitely many.
And what kind of feedback mechanism is there for, I think it's great because, you'll go to one and then you'll be saying, yeah, and I got something to say about that too. So this tile thing, that sounds great. But is there a feedback mechanism so that somebody, when they call in to give come in to give their comment, would they at the same time be able to see, gee, I'm really an outlier, or a lot of people are really agreeing with the sort of direction I think we should be going? Like, is there a feedback mechanism where people can see as they're putting their comments in just how, sort of where the community is sitting on a certain issue?
It depends on how you set it up. So as I sort of mentioned earlier and mentioned in the report, There's a variety of different tools you can use with this. So if it was a survey or a poll, no, you probably wouldn't see that, but that would be by our design potentially. But if you do a more of the open forum type of environment, yes, potentially you can see everybody's comments. You can even comment to each other. So there's sort of this whole array of very linear communication that would just go right to others and you wouldn't see it, to something that's very open and you would see all pieces. And you would probably just select that based on the type of project.
So, and my final question would be that if you're looking at doing a poll, is there a way that you can kind of only vote once?
So I'm going to give that one to you.
Sure, thanks, Sarah.
So
Again,
I
think
stack the deck, you know.
yeah. Again, that depends how we set up the campaign. There are mechanisms within the software to limit that. So I would say the general answer for most people, let's say voting on your campaign, would be yes. That said, you know, if you were so technically inclined and you wanted to put the effort in, you could probably work around some of those mechanisms, but we can put in some added security. This platform, one of the features I liked in it is it allowed you the flexibility to add those security features if you wanted it. Again, it's IT, so we can be as secure as possible. We're never 100%.
Great, thank you very much. Great initiative, you guys.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm very interested in this. I just have a couple of questions. It seems to kind of be jumping the queue on the budget process. And I'm just wondering, you know, why we're looking at putting it in now when we're going to be having our budget discussions coming up in January and approval for February. This would then become an enhancement in the budget. Well, it'd become base budget for our 2021, so it's automatically approved in the budget as a base budget item then. So we're looking at a $45,000 commitment. So we got the $15K coming out of COVID. And I just would like the CO as well, maybe to help understand how we spent the $680,000 we got in COVID funds, when in August, I think we only spent 140 against it, was in the report. So I think it'd be great to see this 15K is coming out of the COVID money. I think it would be also good to see how did we actually expend that 680K COVID money, considering I think we had a 1.6 million deficit estimated with COVID. So that's a separate question that I'm hopeful we can get a good breakdown, maybe at the next meeting, of how the COVID money was expended. But with respect to this one, it says that it's per population, the cost. So I'm curious why we're paying roughly 50 cents per resident, but Innisfil, their contract is like $6,000 and they're only paying like 17 cents per resident. So I don't see the contract included in the agenda, and some of the other municipalities have their contracts attached. Niagara Falls was roughly 26 cents per resident based on their population of 88,000. So I just wondered how we got to 50 cents per resident and the $15,000 cost. And specifically why we're dealing with it now. And it's gonna, if we approve it tonight, we're approving a 3-year contract, I understand, which means it automatically is an approved item in the new budget. If you could answer those, that'd be appreciated.
Maybe I'll start with the cost per resident question, Councilor Bothwell, for you, Mr. Mayor. So I would have to review the type of license they bought. The type of license we're recommending here is speaks to Councillor Vardy's question around doing multiple campaigns. There's different licensing models for this tool, and you can buy it, let's say, per campaign if you wanted to. So knowing that we have a number of engagements coming up, knowing that we're deep in COVID now, we're recommending the full license to cover as many campaigns as we'd like to run. So that's part. I don't know if you want to add to that, Sarah, but.
Mayor, if I could add to the budget component, Stephen and I talked about the materiality of this. It's 15,000. We're going to fund it with the COVID, and we are going to provide a report on where we're at with the government grant. But again, the 15K, we feel this is such a valuable tool. It'll increase the productivity and it will come to a cost neutral in 2022, 2023. The 15K won't impact our base. We'll find the savings. this is such a critical item, and we got some emerging projects like the parking issue, like the burn fire issue, like the budget, and it'll actually save some productivity. And I feel it's really important we make this decision tonight.
All right, Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Sarah or Philip. So is this kind of like a higher level of a blog?
You could say, yeah. A blog is usually like a story, right? A blog page is often telling a story or ongoing, and in some ways these are story boards, so you could say that. But it's more interactive. So a lot of blogs would be, I would be telling you a story or sharing with you information, much like a website. What's really key about this product is it can really be this back and forth engagement piece. And that's what makes it different than your traditional blog or a website. Does that help?
It does. I just look at it kind of around those types of parameters, but what is it going to be doing for us that's any different than a lot of the surveys we currently do on our websites when we're doing budgets or various other projects like our strategic initiatives and so on and so forth? What's going to be different than those particular surveys we already do? That's one part of the question. I don't know who wants to answer that. Philip?
Sure, maybe I'll start. I think Sarah had a good start to that, but yeah, some other features and the strategic priorities are a good example, Councillor, that you raised. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point out that all of that analysis on the feedback that Town Council got on your strategic priorities or on the 2020 budget, all the analysis was done manually, and it took us some time to do that. One of the major features that this has above static surveys, where you get an Excel spreadsheet and you have to manually go through each entry, is we have some dynamic analysis that we can turn around for council relatively quickly. So where you have a blog entries or you have static chat back and forth, we can't analyze that for you very well. With Bang the Table, we have features that allow us to do the analysis a lot more quickly for you. I don't know if you want to add to that, Sarah.
No, yeah, go ahead, Sarah, if you have something more to add. No.
I think that's good, unless you want more, Councillor Frake.
No, that's good. So I guess return on investment is the other point or question I want to make. How do we value this particular piece of software? It's costing us $15,000 a year to install it, operate it. Are there any costs on the other end? Like once the information is on that site, how do we pull it off? Who pulls it off, and what do we do with it? How do we process that information once we have it? And can we use that particular piece of software? What we're doing, for example, the heritage study on Main Street or the beach study or so on and so forth, so that we can probably curb some of the costs out of the consultants' work that they're going to be doing along those same lines, because they're going to be going out to the public and doing surveys along the same lines of what Bang the Table?
Bang the Table.
What they're going to be doing. So, I mean, is there any value in using that if we're going to go down this road to offset some cost in some other surveys like that? I mean, I'd just like to see some return on investment here if we are going to go down this road.
I couldn't speak to the cost specifically of that project, but in general, absolutely. You're going to be able to use it for all of these different tools. I've seen it used a number of times for really large projects too that are ongoing. So you can start a timeline and do a survey or a questionnaire or some information and basically have this whole tile follow you all the way through the project and use it ongoing as a communication tool. We'll be able to definitely print out the projects and reports, so you'll be able to see all of that information, and depending on how it's set up, you'll actually be able to see some of it as it's going on as well and see how that interaction is going. And I think what you'll be able to do as well is give you some analytics at the end as to how much is it being used. I think you're going to see it's going to considerably increase the interaction that we have with the community, which to me makes that return of investment absolutely worth it. I think that's what the community would like. And it's the type of tool that they, I think, can interact freely with lots of different pieces. The other thing that I thought was kind of neat about it is they said, you might have a project and 100 people respond to it or complete a poll or however you've got it structured. we'll actually be able to also see how many people even interacted with it. So even just knowing, did 500 people just go to get the information and learn about the project? So there'll be lots of information that we can bring back to you that can help inform our decision making.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think that information you bring back to us is going to be after the fact, after we spent the money. So I still like to see how we are going to evaluate the value for money from if we invest in this particular platform. And we're going to be tied into it for 3 years if we do that. So I just want us to be careful how we go forward with this thing, especially if we're going to be overlapping other surveys which consultants are doing for us. If there's some way we could offset some of those costs, by using this platform, then I think then you have a good argument for return on investment. And I think we need to look at that in terms of. I know we have some time to do it, but I suggest we do that. We look at it that way.
We can certainly look at the ways that we can capture the savings there. And also, as Philip mentioned earlier, the staff time savings in terms of some of the analysis and the report summaries. That takes quite a bit of time to do that. So there is going to be a bunch of savings there as well. So we can look at all of those pieces in terms of savings and how we can best use the product, but also that extended reach and maybe looking at what's the value of that.
That's what you need to do. And I look forward to seeing that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you, and I'll just be quick on this one. And maybe no disrespect, sir, but maybe Philip, it says in the financial impact that it's a 24/5 service support. So does that mean just Monday to Friday? And what are your thoughts to that? Just found that an interesting part of the report. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cadwell has exactly right. 5 days a week, 24 hours over those 5 days. So we can call them at night, but there's no weekend support to this model. We can, if we choose to, we can enhance that support. We're recommending this support model because it is a mature tool, as Sarah alluded to. It's been around for some time and it's pretty stable. So, we didn't want to spend the extra cash on premium support. So it's business. The five, and plus we have capacity to do a lot of troubleshooting here at the town. So we felt that was the best model.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bothwell.
Sorry, just one quick question to Sarah. You said, Sarah, in the report that staff recommend that we capture it with COVID, and then going forward, the annual fee would be absorbed in the town's base budget pending a review of the usage and satisfaction with the software. But do I understand correctly that we have to commit to a 3-year contract now, or are we able to do a 1 year and then you come back, as Councillor Frake was mentioned, and give us a review of the usage and satisfaction with the software after the 1 year, and we can review it whether or not it goes back in the budget?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, you can do that. What we would prefer to do is do the full 3 years. These types of tools do take some time to get going and get the community involved with, and to do it for just 1 year is a very, very short time frame to really give it its full steam and full potential. So personally, if we were to really look at this only as a 1 year and not be seriously looking at continuing with it, I'm not even sure it would be wise to continue with it. I think
what I
think we could do in the satisfaction pieces, if we wanted to modify a component of the agreement, that's potentially what we could do if there was something in it that wasn't working for us.
Sorry, so then your wording here means that at the end of the 3-year term, we would be looking at reviewing it and whether or not it goes back into the base budget.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear, but absolutely. I personally feel very strongly that 3 years is really important to really give it its momentum, because part of this is building that base and building that familiarity and knowledge. And we really need the 3 years, I think, to fully see its potential.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Sarah and Philip. I trust you know what you're talking about, but from my perspective, not seen anything. This is the first time I've ever heard about it. I guess things that run through my mind is like a demo or a 3-month trial, or, try it for a month. You don't like it, then you don't have to subscribe for 3 years, but just out of the blue, subscribe for 3 years without, I have no idea what this is. I just don't. And so I just feel uncomfortable supporting something I don't know anything about. So I guess you both sound very convinced. It's been around for 10 years. But yeah, it still challenges me. I'd like to know a little more about it. I don't want to make a decision tonight. I'd sure would stay open to looking at it, but I don't want to make a decision tonight.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I could address maybe the councilor's concern, if that's okay.
Yes, for sure. Certainly.
Councilor Dunsmore, I would just like to maybe give you the reassurance that we did have, you spoke exactly to this, we did have a demo of the product, and we've been on the phone with representatives from Bang the Table, as well as our peer municipalities. We did see a demo of the tool and how it works, and I've also seen some other campaigns from some other municipalities and interacted with those with Bang the Table. I wanted to give you that reassurance. I do understand, Councillor, your concern, and thank you for raising that. But I did want to, we did get a demo internally.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, just the way I feel. Sorry. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just some questions I have. So in the committee of the whole, although it's not approved by council yet, we had a discussion about the potential for some ward meetings. Would this platform allow us to do these ward meetings possibly online? That's the first question I have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually had to Councillor Ritchie's question, we had our kickoff meeting on the ward boundary review last week, and the community engagement platform to do more dynamic meetings during the COVID pandemic was absolutely discussed. So the short answer is yes.
So excellent. Because I look at this and this is one of the pieces that that I know that I campaigned on, and I'm sure many other people did, in transparency. And one of the toughest challenges that I'm facing right now is getting that message out to constituents. So anything that that we have that can assist with that, whether it be ward meetings, whether it can be surveys, conversations, many, the tools that this provides. And I read the whole report. I think it's, for me, I think it's, an opportunity and a good opportunity. So thank you very much for the report. And that's all I have at this time. Thanks.
Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I think that I may have used this before at the region of Niagara, responding to one of their surveys. I don't know, but right now with the situation that we're in, like we're looking for a way to engage with our residents, and it's going to have to be online, and we need to organize it so that we're able to collect data. So I think that in the name of accessibility, not transparency, we need to make it possible for our residents to access the information that we're trying to provide to them, and for them to give the information back to us that we're asking them to give to us. So, it seems like, so we've hosted a few Zoom meetings, and people can't always make it. I mean, I guess we have the same problem with in-person meetings, but doing it on this platform, I think, will be more accessible. I think that people will be able to fill it out from their cell phone, like I did for the Niagara region, and people can share it through social media, and then it just kind of comes across. And when you have a few minutes to do it, you will do it. And so I think that's good. I'm sorry if the question's already been answered, but how do we control for people from other municipalities responding? How do we know that it's Grimsby residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did partially address that question because there is some features within the tool that allow us to track where the responses come in from, IP address, for example. So we know what network they came in from, and we can geocode that IP address to a location. That said, there's ways of hiding your IP address on the internet. So, I don't have a 100% solution for you. We could have residents in other communities latching onto our campaigns. But there are mechanisms within Bang the Table to help limit that.
So just sorry to be so overly technical, but do we still collect that data, or do we ignore it? Will they be blocked from participating, or how does that? Do we just collect data to show that like this information comes from like 60% Grimsby residents and 40% other residents, or how does? I'm sure we're not going to tell people, sorry, your IP address is blocked. So we're going to collect data. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my only comment on the councillor's scenario there is absolutely that can happen. Where we can geolocate the data to Grimsby, we would. And we would just flag data that's outside of our region for you where we could do that. That's not always 100% either, because people could spoof their IP address to something more local. So it's not 100%, but it is a very popular engagement tool, even though used by other communities, even though it is susceptible to some minor irrepresentation.
Yeah, that's true. And also, people aren't that. There's not a lot of people who are so involved that they're willing to like claim they're from a municipality so that they can answer their bonfire survey, right? It's like we're not, like there's not a lot of people who are like, listen, I'm going to go on here and hack the system, right? So that we can have like more parking in a town that I don't even live in, right? Like, so I don't think I don't think it's a huge risk. And I think some of the people who might be answering from outside are maybe people that work in other municipalities and are using IP addresses from a work computer, or I don't know. But so, I'm asking the question, but I don't think it's a real concern that we have to limit our use of a program like this. So thank you.
Councillor Frake, then Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Sarah and Philip. I like the concept. I mean, it certainly sounds like it has merits, and I still emphasize that I'd like to see some kind of a return on investment. And I'd like to echo Councillor Dunstall's thoughts. I mean, this is something we haven't, as a council, haven't tried. We don't know how it works. We haven't seen it physically work. We haven't gone online and tried it ourselves. So I would prefer not to make that decision tonight, like Councillor Dunstall. The question I'm asking is, why is this come direct to council? Are we trying to fast track this? Why wouldn't it have come to committee of the whole first? I mean, are we trying to fast track this for any particular reason?
I can answer that. Yes, quite honestly, we are, because we would like to use it for a number of projects. I know there's some timelines around getting some of the information done. The budget 2021, they'd like to use this tool for that engagement. And some of the other projects that we know that are coming up, we were trying to get it going as so that we could use that right away, just because particularly during COVID as well, it is trickier to use some of the traditional methods. So the timing just seems very opportune to really take advantage on some topics that people like to weigh in on, and use this really functional, versatile tool that we think people are really going to grab a hold of.
So if we delay this till another week, is that going to make a huge, big difference to what you're trying to do tonight, trying to get this thing through? I mean, we're only talking a week. It gives Councillor Dunstall, myself, and probably a few others a chance to check it out. I just don't like to fast track things. We do that too much sometimes, and sometimes we make errors in doing so. And I trust you and Philip 100%, but sometimes you just need to know how these things work for yourself before you make the big decisions. I know it's we're going to tie ourselves into a three-year contract. So anyway, I don't know if you want to comment on that or not, but
I see I see Chief Thompson, maybe he wants to weigh in. The only thing I guess I'll say is pushing it back. We're already pushing our timelines tight. Whether we'll be able to use it for some of those particular items, I'm not sure. We'll have to see how that goes.
Well, how long have you been working on this particular, how long have you been working with this particular supplier for this particular project, for this particular software? It's been a while?
We've been going back for quite a bit. It's certainly something that's been looked at for quite some time. As I said, a lot of municipalities are using this or one like it. I can tell you, as being a part of the communications team, that's part of that's formed ever since we've had our EOCs. They rave about it. They all love it, and I'm envious of this product and all it can do. So when I see the opportunity with the open air burning, the budget 2021, some of the parking things, the ward boundary, this is the tool that will really give you some really good information and really give the community good information on a nice clean page, all the links, all the details. They know who's listening. I really think you'll be quite impressed when you see it.
Okay, that's the reason why I asked that question. I mean, how long have you known? So it's been a while. So this could have come to council or through the committee of the whole a month ago, probably, or whenever. I mean, it seems like we're just pushing these things through very fast sometimes. So anyways, thank you both. A good presentation, and I'll take it from there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
CAO?
Through you, Council, if we put out a demo and we defer this to next week, would you feel better than Councillor Frey, Councillor Dunstall? I mean, we believe in this tool. We've tested it. We know it can work, but if we could maybe get something out to you to demonstrate for the next week or so.
Can I respond?
Yes, Councillor Dunstall, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got to fall back on my own personal experiences. Everybody knows I own a restaurant, and before I even went into this restaurant, I needed a POS system. And I'll tell you honestly, I didn't know a whole lot about POS systems. And the first thing I did when I started investigating is I got to see demos. I got to see how the functionality worked and to pick the best one too. So you're telling us this one is your favorite, but there's others out there. So I'm thinking, well, okay, so this isn't just the only one. And I do have a question too. How do you engage the community in this when I know and you know that we have a large population of seniors, some that don't even have a computer? So how do we engage those people in something? Are we going to drive down a different path now, or are we still going to use all the old traditional methods to get the communication out? Or is this the new form and we leave people behind because they don't have the technology or the ability or the tools to be able to use this bang the table? So all those things are running through my mind right now. So I like the suggestion though of giving us a week to think about it. Councillor Frake has sure indicated that. Again, I still feel like I don't want to be rushed into it. Whenever I'm rushed into something, I always say no.
And if I can weigh in, I couldn't say it any better than Councillor Dunstall. So to answer your question, Harry, yeah, a week would be a difference, would make a difference. It would help us.
Councillor Vane?
I just, and maybe I'm not understanding the system that well, and I like it from what I'm hearing, but I'm also hearing Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Frake saying, you know, they have concerns too, and they would like to know more about it. But I guess my comparison to this is social media. And is this platform going to be monitored anyway? Because unfortunately, as we see on social media sometimes, is we get some very, very nasty people, especially since COVID's come out. People have felt the liberty to attack others at random. And I'm just wondering if there's some kind of a monitoring process or something to prevent false messages. Like we got another false email this week, I mean, from a fake individual. I mean, how do we stop that kind of thing? Do we monitor it?
Maybe I could partially address that. That goes into the opportunity cost of the full engagement, which would be staff time to monitor it. Beyond that, we do receive unsolicited input that's inappropriate from a static survey even. So bang the table, a more dynamic tool, that could happen, and it would be mostly up to the staff resources to monitor that appropriately. But people can say most anything.
Yeah, I would agree, just to chime in. Yeah, you have to moderate it. So whoever's listening or whoever's the project lead would have to pay some attention to the comments being made and how to handle them accordingly.
I think Councillor Bothwell, you've spoken twice already. Councillor Vardy?
It's just a quick comment in response to Councillor Dunstall. I just want to say, don't underestimate our seniors, because many seniors are computer literate. So, my own mother died 15 years ago at 82, and she knew more about computers than I ever will. So I get emails from senior citizens, people in their 80s all the time. So I just want to say, not every senior citizen is a Luddite. So it's just a comment, because I think many older persons are computer literate. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Vane?
Yes. I just spoke, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to move to defer this motion until the 21st of December.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report DRS 20-14 dated December 14th, 2020 be deferred to December 21st, 2020 council meeting. Recorded vote?
Mayor Jordan,
Yes?
could we add something to that in the way of an opportunity to have a demo or something, not just push it off for a week?
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that if we could.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm all right with that.
Sorry, Mayor Jordan, may I just add one more item?
Sure.
I'd like to see the contract or how the pricing was arrived at. So the contract or the comparison of the other municipalities and how this particular contract we're getting the value, how the 50 cents per resident was arrived at.
All right, the clerk will note that.
Myself, I don't think that we need to see the contract. I wouldn't agree to seeing the contract. I trust staff is doing the right thing, but I do think that we could look at the comparators and the dollar value.
Thank you. That's exactly what I mean.
All right, I'll read it.
Just assuming that we're comparing apples to apples as well. Sorry.
Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that report DRS 20-14 dated December 14th, 2020 be deferred to December 21st, 2020 council meeting, and that a demo and a dollar value comparative be provided to council. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Up next, we move to section number 13, bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 20-93 to 20-95 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Frake, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 20-93 to 20-95 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule of council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Up next, we have announcements. Councillor Ritchie.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I'm not stealing Councillor Cadwell's thunder here, but I just wanted to congratulate Handling Specialty. They were in the Globe and Mail for some innovation with working with Niagara College this past over the past week or two. I'm not exactly sure when the article was in the paper, but it was a great accomplishment. I just wanted to make sure that they were recognized as they have a business here in Grimsby, and we want to thank them for putting Grimsby on the map.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Sharp.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question for our, I guess for our CAO or whoever is heading up the emergency management team. There's been some talk about that we're going into stage red or color red, and what happens at the town? What change happens if we go into red, and what if we go into gray?
Mayor?
Sorry. Do we know that we're going into red?
CAO?
Yeah, Mayor, as you know, the province designates that. There was just a high probability that we may be going into red based on some of the numbers we saw on the weekend, but we won't know for sure until the province states that, and we're projecting that they'll make that decision on Friday, effective maybe on the Monday, but it's only the province that determines that. In our case, it would affect, our arenas, allowing only 10 per facility, and we're going to try and split the facilities into two. It mainly affects things like restaurants where they'd only be allowed 10 per the entire facility. So we're going to do a whole analysis of that at the EOC on Thursday, and we'll share that with Mayor Jordan's communication to you. And then we'll keep an eye on it on Friday, what the Premier states and the province states of where we're going to. At this point, we don't see ourselves going into gray to a lockout, but again, and that'll determine over the next month or so or next couple of weeks on some of the numbers.
Okay. Have we issued any tickets or any enforcement for, and then will that change in stage red or gray?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, again, in Grimsby, with our residents and with our businesses, we've had great success with compliance through education. We don't want to use the hammer. In most cases, everybody's been working with us, and we want to continue that throughout the red.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Two things. In regards to the conversation just had by CAO Schlang and Councillor Sharp, I just want to read you something I've actually read a few minutes ago from News Talk. It's on either, I think it's Facebook. It says, acting medical officer of health calls moving into Niagara into a red level a foregone conclusion. He says that based on the numbers of last weekend of 136 new cases, we're basically going to be going into red. He further goes on to say something about, can't find it now, but something about if we're not careful, if we continue at this rate, we will go into gray. So that's from the actual medical officer of health. Having said that, also, I wanted to bring people's attention recently in Ward 4 on Winston Road and in Ward 3 on Lakeside Road, a number of men have been seen walking down the streets. One will lead and the other two will follow about 100 feet behind, and they're checking car doors. And I actually had a resident reach out from Lakeside and say that his ownership to his car was stolen and a number of other items because he hadn't locked his car door. That can be used, the ownership can be used to get a false ownership and stuff like that too. So everybody, please lock your car doors. This is something actually that's been happening for a very long time. So just be aware. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just want to give an update of an email I received from our recreation coordinator, Trevor, with regards to the Christmas light contest. We've had 60 responses, which according to his email, that's a new record. Many of the nominations are repeat nominations for the homes, but as it stands right now, we have 24 homes on the list so far, and Trevor is putting together a map that people can go online and on the website, the town's website, have a look at it if they want to drive around and have a look at the Christmas lights at Grimsby. I think people are just really getting into the Christmas lighting of their homes. I noticed many around town, which is great. But what we're planning to do, Trevor's planning to have the winners announced at the next council meeting on the 21st. So just an update. So feel free to go on the town's website to get some more information. Great work, Trevor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Ritchie.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to my point before, this company was in the Globe and Mail November 27th, gaining a competitive advantage through applied research. So again, I just wanted to congratulate them, and I encourage everyone to read the article. Great accomplishment.
Thank you. I just want to add one as well. Sarah Sweeney and myself were on hand at GBF on Friday and actually on Ford on Friday. And we just want to thank the MedSup company. The CIO is a Niagara resident, and he donated, I think it was several thousand masks to the region first, and the region subsequently divided it out. And the town of Grimsby was lucky enough to get 3 skids of the 3-ply masks, and we were able to donate some to GBF and to Fort and to other community organizations in the municipality. So it was really a good news story that we have a local Niagara resident who's a CEO for the MedSup company. And it was just a great good news story about a really generous donation, especially around Christmas. It's nice to see donations like that. Thank you. And moving to our next meeting of council is scheduled for December 21st, 2020, following the committee of the whole. So now we're going to move into closed session. So we will be back later after the closed session. So good night for now. And before we move into a closed session, the electronic participation closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the Council of the Town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you, and confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purpose of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie?
I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp, you're muted.
I understand, but I don't confirm. I am using other electronic devices currently.
Councillor Vane?
I understand and confirm to all statements.
Councillor Vardy?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
And myself, I understand and confirm to all the statements. Just need a mover and seconder to move into close. Councillor Cadwell, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 239(3.1) of the Municipal Act 2001, educating or training members of council, local board or committees, development charges. All in favor? That's carried. We are now closed.
Nancy's going to walk us through, and Jamie are going to walk us through the presentation outlining the current study and the
Waiting for the. Welcome back to the general public. We're now back in open session. We need a mover and seconder for the resolution from closed. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder. Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the information presented by Watson and Associates with respect to the 2020 Town of Grimsby's proposed 2020 development charges background study be received by council for information, and that staff be directed to bring a proposed 2020 development charge background study report and draft bylaw to the next committee of the whole meeting on December 21, 2020. All in favor? That's carried. Need mover and seconder for the bylaw for the first reading. Councillor Vardy, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw number 20-96 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Need mover and seconder for the second and third reading. Councillor Frake, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw number 20-96 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and the rule of council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is, or is there confirming bylaw? No, that was it. Our meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. We got in under the wire.